Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, once again to another day, to the day number 2 of the Asia and Oceania Qualifiers. This is the Pubg Mobile Iesf Asia Regionals, and we're here for the day number 2. And today, again, it's me, Torix, and with me today is another name. Okay, this side, it's the one and only Red Cloud. Sir Cloud, how are you, man?
I'm feeling good. And today, of course, we are going to witness Group B battle out with each other. A new set of players, new sets of teams, and who knows what might happen on the battleground. But what do you think about day 1 of yesterday when you get to cast Group A?
Oh, that was a very, very long day. Let me tell you. The teams, either they were not fighting or they were completely going for the fights whatsoever. But Today's a new group, and I'm really hopeful to see that new group on how they're going to play. Maybe we're going to see some different strategies from the yesterday teams, yesterday group, because only top 3 has going out, like to the next phase, to the next stage. So the competition is already too much like sacred at this point in time. It's too much tough. The moment you're going to make a mistake, everything is going to crumble around you.
Oh yeah, no mistakes, of course, because games are not that many. Each group will only play for 2 days. So that's a total of 12 games, and there's only limited amount of slots to go on to the next stage. So every round has to matter.
Every single point matters. That's absolutely true. But the schedule, it's actually going to be the same one, ladies and gentlemen. We don't want to give anyone an upper hand, so it's still going to be Sanhok, those 3 Erangels, those 2 Miramars that we did witness yesterday. But the teams are where the complete diversity starts, the complete changes and everything starts. This is the thing. We will see that in some short time, but here is the group. Here is the names of the countries that is right now in today's matches in the Group B, Asia B. They're representing themselves. So we have Bhutan, we have Malaysia, we have Nepal, Indonesia, Brunei, Vietnam, Bangladesh, Laos, Japan, Sri Lanka, Myanmar, Thailand, Hong Kong, China, Chinese, Taipei, Pakistan, and Timor-leste.
And I must say, just looking at the countries representing inside of Group B, this is a stacked group, not gonna lie here. A lot of amazing names here, and I'm sure we'll get to see a lot of amazing players that a lot of you people who follow Pubg Mobile Esports out there would know and love. And of course, when it comes to the point system, it's going to be the standard point system. Winner, chicken dinner will receive 10 points. Second place, 6 points. Third place, 5 points. Fourth place, 4 points. Fifth place, 3 points. Sixth place, 2 points. 7 to 8, 1 point. Above that, no place on points, but every team would have an opportunity to gain elimination points.
Oh yeah, elimination points is what's gonna matter the most at this point in time. We saw that yesterday, firsthand, on how much important those elimination points are. And there were some of the teams, there were some of the names that were doing absolutely crazy with those elimination numbers, with those points. But today is a day. Today is a fresh start. This group, in fact, is going to start from the very 0 points. It's a resetting move for them. This is their first matches, a couple of first matches at the very least. So starting with Sanhok is going to be good. Then moving into the Erangels is also going to not give them too much of a problems. But the Miramars, I say that again, Miramar is the only destructive map in all of the scenario. It's not Sanhok, it's not Erangel. You're having just 1 Sanhok, it's not going to do anything. 3 Erangels, you can cement yourself. But the diversity, when it changes from Erangel to the Miramar, you don't have enough time to cement yourself back into the equation, to get yourself equilibrium to the pace of the Miramar. So that's where the real cookie starts to crumble. That's where the real mistake starts to happen. And if you manage to equalize your mistakes, not make any mistakes whatsoever, that's an easy dub for you.
Yeah, and Miramar is a tough map to play, right? Just imagine the very, very high grounds that the teams will need to adapt to, and sometimes the circle can get iffy if it goes to one of the high ground areas. It becomes a matter of who becomes the king of the hill by then. But of course, that will be played towards the end of the day. The last 2 maps will be played inside Miramar. We will be starting the game in Sanhok, not Rondo, ladies and gentlemen. It is in Sanhok. So what's your take on the Sanhok map?
Oh my god. Yes, Sanhok is the first one whatsoever. But aside from this, like it's a new group, so I'm really hopeful to see some aggressive stances whatsoever. But going on to the squad roster, ladies and gentlemen, these are the names, these are the players that's going to represent their country. From Bhutan, we have Paytar, Caesar, Hardest, and JP.
Yep, we have Bhutan here. So it will be interesting to see how would it fare up with all the other countries that are playing as well. That includes Japan, represented by Rinto, Hayato, Rumik, and King.
That is absolutely true. 2 down, a majority more to go. We're going to see a lot of more teams compared to the yesterday one. But going on to the Malaysia, we have Cluck, we have Jimmy, we have Edik Boy, and we have Siam Mills. All these 4 players also have their real names at the very bottom, so you can definitely refer to that if you don't know what the team tag or the player name is. But aside from that, going on to the Sri Lanka, we have Dilla, we have Destrox, we have Omega, and Thabs as well. And finally, these are the first 4 contenders, like first 4 countries that are representing like themselves into this Iesf, the Asia and Oceania qualifiers. From Nepal, we have Domain, Mukesh, Rex, Precious. These 4 guys, oh my god, this is a force to be reckoned with, Sir Cloud.
Well, speaking about force to be reckoned with, talk about this lineup. We have Smile, Romeo, Marnet, Say Cloud, and they were recently awarded a very, very prestigious championship as well. So looking forward to see if they'll be able to continue to perform here in this group. Well, and for Indonesia, we have Potato, we have Consulate, we have Zeta, and we have Vexi as well. Again, all these names are very familiar in the professional scene.
They definitely are. They definitely are. And I mean, why shouldn't they be? Why shouldn't they be? They're representing their whole country at this point in time. Tan, Noi, Adam, Nick from Thailand on our screen, ladies and gentlemen. These are the names, but we still have a long way, a long list to know right now. Brunei Darussalam, going on to them. It's Wrong, Starboy, Milo, and Zen. But all of this situation is definitely going to help them make some confidence. But for right now, ladies and gentlemen, we're still on the squad roster. From Hong Kong, it is Tom, Ian, Louise, and Blizzard. But I want to say one thing real quick. Make sure you are spamming your favorite team that representing their country into the comment sections, as well as they are getting their names right now called out. But aside from that, it's definitely going to help them so much into their confidence. Vietnam also has their 4 players, in fact, not 5, 4 squad rosters completed. Chinese Taipei, we have IMA, we have, in fact, AAOP. It's AIM. So Super Emperor and For You.
Yep, and that's from the Chinese Taipei region. And we also have from Bangladesh, we have Degree, we have Curse, we have Nine, and we have Mamba, who will represent Bangladesh for the roster inside of Group B. Followed by the next country to represent Pakistan. We have IQQ, we have Falak, we have T24, and we have Noki. Also another lineup that is well known in the Pubg Mobile esports scene.
That is absolutely true. But, ladies and gentlemen, we're almost done with our squad rosters. A little while more. Just 4 or 5 more teams more to go. Laos has a Beckham, Lizzie Boy, Noir, and Honda as well. But aside from all of this scenario, these are the names. Today group is a very dangerous group, Sir Cloud. It's a very dangerous group. Timor-leste, the final team on our squad roster is going to be Nuam and Nameless. We have Champ, we have Dizzy. All these 4 players are done, and I think with this, we are done with our squad rosters whatsoever. All those names that's going to be played today, it's over here. But the schedule, now, this is where the real cookie is going to start to crumble. Sanhok, yes, no problem whatsoever. Erangels, the 3 Erangels back-to-back. You have enough time to cement yourself into the equation, back into those games. But the Miramars, the match number 5 and the match number 6, that's the real danger spot.
Yeah, that's the map that will set the end of today, right? But whatever happens, right, today is only day 1 for Group B, and yesterday was day 1 for Group A. they will still have a second day to play with. So whatever the result is, by the end of the day, they will still have another day to make up for it. But of course, you don't want to keep that gap too big to make it impossible for you to make the comeback. You want to keep that gap as small as possible, or even better, just top the group whatsoever. So you will have a lesser amount of pressure when it comes to day 2.
That is absolutely true. Make sure you top your day, number one, just like some of the teams did yesterday. They were like 81, 61, that kind of a points that we were seeing. And I'm really expecting a lot more from this group at the very least, because they kind of know what kind of a lobby is happening and what kind of a strategy the teams are playing, and depending on that, they might choose their strategy a little bit to an overextend at this point in time. I wouldn't mind a very aggressive lobby at the very start of the games, like the Sanhok and the first 2 Erangels. The third Erangel, okay, that's where you really need to like start doing something, because after the 2 Erangels are done, we're going to be officially done with our half of the day. So the third Erangel, starting from the third Erangel, it's the second half phase, and you don't want to like mess around too much into that phases. So if you do, you might get really punished because of that. And Erangels and those 2 Miramars, you have to make sure that you do the utmost care in your whole like strategy wise to make sure that not a lot of points are gone, but a lot of points are secured.
Yeah, frankly speaking, Torix, if you want to see an aggressive gameplay just by looking at the lineup, the names that came up earlier on, I believe that this lobby will be very active, will be very aggressive. But if you have so many names that are known in the professional scene of PUBG Mobile esports, and they're known to have that sort of aggressive gameplay, and if everybody plays that kind of style, at the end of the day, there's only one team that can survive. It's a battle royale at the end of the day, so it's going to be an interesting day to watch on who can actually top the group.
That is true. That is true. We do have to see who's going to top the group at this point in time. I'm so excited for today's games. I'm so excited for today's matches. With all of these names done and dusted, now it's just a wait for the match to start, ladies and gentlemen. And I know you guys are anxious as well to see the teams take the fight, take that action. So one thing that you guys have to do, make sure you're hitting that like button and subscribing to the channel as well. And make sure you're supporting your whole country into the chat section as well. Just spam the country. Come on, do that. Spam that country into the comment sections. But aside from this, Sir Cloud, do you have any expectations from any of these countries? Like, I'm not talking about the whole country. I'm just talking about the teams. Any team in particular, like that they're representing their country to do really good today?
Well, I mean, recently crowned champions, I would say Myanmar does have a good chance, and they retain the same lineup as well, so they're looking really stacked. I would say that Malaysia has a solid lineup as well. They are very known in the professional scene, and even players like K-Look, or I'm more familiar by calling him Adit Look. He is one of the top terminators for many seasons now in the professional scene. Indonesia, of course, they are no stranger in the international stage as well when it comes to PUBG Mobile esports. And I would expect them to be able to perform as well. So if I were to put my finger on the top 3, it could be that. But don't be surprised that Pakistan, because their lineup has a lot of international experience as well. I would put them in the mix as well as some of the top performing teams. How about you?
That's absolutely true. My first thought was onto the Pakistan side, judging from how they were aggressive onto the last official. But aside from all of this factor, there's a lot of names, and I honestly can't decide on one. So I was gonna say the Myanmar as well, but you already said that. So now I'm really in a panic situation that which one should I pick? Which one should I go with? But yes, aside from all of those factors, I think at the end of the day, at the end of the first match, like before the first match actually begins, I would go with the Pakistan team. I want to see like just how aggressive they can be into the Sanhok match, because I know them for a fact, and they really play good on Sanhok. Sanhok is the best one of their matches. Miramar is their weakest link. That's the thing. Miramar is the weakest link of the Pakistan side. Sanhok is the strongest. Erangel is kind of like okay-ish. They can do really good, or they can do either bad. So it tips it goes on the scale. You can either have a very good game or you can have a very bad game whatsoever. It all depends upon the situation that's been granted. But aside from all of these factors, we're now just waiting for the match to begin. We're just waiting for the action to actually start. And that action is going to bring a lot of destruction today. I'm expecting a lot of destruction.
Oh yeah, I do think that we can expect that as well, especially when we have so many amazing names in the same lobby as well, right? And because we're going to start off in Sanhok. So Sanhok obviously is the smallest map in Pubg Mobile Esports. There's a big chance that we might see drop clashes as well, especially with the fact that today is the first day. This is the first game that they will be battling out with each other. So they might not know, like, okay, are you going to retain your regular draw spot, like how they have been doing maybe in their respective tournament scenes or not? Or are they going to change their drop spots? And if that happens, well, it's like a domino effect, right? Like when one fight happens, like another fight could potentially happen, with the fact that when the elimination feed starts to roll, everyone has that at the back of their mind. It's like, oh, okay, if I don't act now, I might lose out on elimination points. And that's where everybody will start to play aggressively.
That's absolutely true. It's a dominoes effect that's completely holds up the Sanhok. It's the Sanhok that you can say, okay, it's a Jenga. You pick one wrong tile out of that and everything's going to crumble. Everything is going to crumble out from that point onward. You're going to have the third parties, you're going to have the fourth parties. Everybody's going to steal your elimination numbers and everything. So you have to be really, really careful and really, really precise on which elimination you're taking and which elimination you're given out to the other side. So every single fight, every single engagement matters in this. Every single rotation matters the most, because you never know. In Sanhok, Sanhok is one thing that you never know at what point in time there is someone sitting right next to you, just prone down, just chilling out there, and you have not even the slightest of idea on what's going on, and suddenly you're on your knees and you're completely back into the lobby.
Yeah, I always say that Sanhok is like this iffy map, right? One is like how you describe it. It's like you open the door, somebody's actually sitting behind that door, and they will surprise you with a DBS. Yep, that's the prime weapon inside of a Sanhok. But because Sanhok is also a very circle-dependent map, like imagine if the circle goes to Camp Alpha Island. So whoever who has the first drop inside Camp Alpha Island would have absolute control of that circle, especially if they are able to secure the top of the Camp Alpha mountain itself. And then it becomes a tussle for all the other teams on who's able to get into that island first. If you come in later, you could be gate-capped by other teams. So that's why it's very circle dependent. Unless if the circle goes to the main peninsula, somewhere around Ban perhaps, or maybe around Quarry, then it's a little bit more balanced. But if it goes to Camp Alpha Island, well, good luck to the teams that did not drop there.
Oh my god, that's absolutely crazy. That's true. The moment it's going to go to the Alpha Island, those mountain ridges are going to be the absolute dub for every single one of the player that is surrounding that premises, right? But imagine, just imagine, and it's a wishful thinking from my side. Circle going into the water. Water circle towards the Alpha Island, all the way up to the north. 50% ratio in the water, and oh my god, that's gonna be so destructive. We're gonna have the rotations, we're gonna have some rotations from the players just swimming from one direction to the other, and everything's gonna go crazy. You have the complete open areas, and those open areas are easily subdued from the top of that Alpha mountain.
Hey, I wouldn't complain, right, if the circle gets tough for the players. Well, I'm sure they won't like it, but then again, for us as viewers, as casters, we wouldn't mind a tough circle. But what about you guys in the comment section, right? We see all of you out there. What kind of circle do you guys like? Do put it in the comments as well. We'd like to find out from you guys, especially we are going to start in Sanhok, and prior to starting the professional league, where the map will change into Rondo. This is probably one of the last few tournaments that we will get to see a Sanhok inside of it.
Yes. That's absolutely true as well. Like this is almost like the final straws of Sanhok. Sanhok is not gonna be into the S tier, the PMGC, ladies and gentlemen. So you have to make sure that you are seeing every single Sanhok that's been given out to you. Teams have to play every single Sanhok because it's about to go out. It's about to go out, and changing with the Rondo, with that new meta that you can get a recall. Oh my god, the recall. Circle out. We were talking about this recall thing in the background, the backside, before the stream actually begun. Recall is going to change everything. We're going to see so much of the destruction like we kind of see into the classic scenarios. 3 players going into the very hot drop locations. Everybody's taking the fight. The 4th one is just chilling out at the recall. The moment anybody is going to get eliminated, he's going to come back. He's absolutely coming back with his Scar L or the M416 or whatever, Micro Uzi it can be. You never know what kind of a gun you can get after that recall. It's not like a complete thing. It's completely random. But yes, recall is going to change everything, and Rondo is going to change the complete meta on how the teams will be playing. Where we do usually see Sanhok and these single matches kind of like as a bonus. Those matches from that point onward, when it changes to Rondo, they become so much crucial, so much impactful that you can actually get like 20, 25 eliminations with a winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, so that's going to be interesting, right? So, of course, that's not going to happen here in our tournament today and throughout the next few days. But it's definitely something that I'm intrigued to look to see how it will play off in the professional scene later on. But of course, here in the Iesf Asia and Oceania qualifiers, will be focusing on the sign-off. So it's going to be standard PUBG Mobile Esports, like how you would have known before this, ladies and gentlemen. So don't worry about, oh, is there going to be something new? Do we need to rewire how we see the game and all that? No, it's going to be pretty standard. How we will rewire, if any, on how to see the game, it really depends on how these players react to each other. And I believe that there will be some of these players or some of these teams who will meet for the first time. So they don't really know what sort of play style the teams in general will play. If they happen to be from the same region, say from Southeast Asia or from South Asia, then they would have met with each other. But if they're like from very, very different regions, then there's a chance that they have not met with each other. So we don't really know what sort of play style overall that we'll get to see. But just looking at the names, I believe it's going to be an aggressive one.
Aggression is definitely inevitable. At this point in time, aggression is definitely inevitable. We're just waiting for the action to actually begin. And that action will definitely bring so much destruction, And let me tell you, this is the calm before the storm that's going to happen. Ladies and gentlemen, as we're here, this is the calm. The storm is going to begin as soon as we're going to head into the match. So stay with us. Stay with us. I know it's a little bit too much time, but stay with us. We want to make sure that every single player is in the lobby. Every single player is with a 4-man standing before we start the match, before we head over into the game, so everyone can have an equal chance. We don't want to left anyone back into the lobby. So with this, I think, that's the only wait right now. The teams are getting ready. They're making sure that they're getting their parachutes ready to jump down from that plane and go anywhere. And jumping down from the plane is another thing in Sanhok. Rondo is going to change that. But Sanhok, whether the plane is within your favor or not, you can easily go to your designated location, right? Sanhok is one map that you do say that, okay, whether you have the circle, whether you have the plane line, you can easily go wherever you want to go. The only thing that's going to make the whole difference is those third parties and those sneaky plays.
Yeah, I totally agree, right? It is a small map. So even though like the flight path is skewed towards one side, but it's still not that hard to get to your preferred destination or your preferred drop spot at the end. Now, some of the hotspots that we need to keep an eye on inside of Sanhok here is like a Paradise Resort, for example.
Yes.
I believe that Myanmar, looking at their lineup, that's their regular drop spot there. And they famously own Paradise Resort. So I wonder if any team would want to challenge them inside Paradise Resort. other than that, another hotspot that we need to keep an eye on is in boot camp. Very famous spot. My personal favorite, if I were to play my classic games, just drop into boot camp and just brawl with anyone there. It makes quick fun. Or also ruins is pretty hot as well. I believe these three spots would be the key spots that teams would want to try to take out. But out of all the spots inside of Sanhok, like which spot is your favorite?
I would say Painan. I would say Painan because you have an access to both the island, the main one and the Charlie one island. You can easily go wherever you want. It's just a river, but the most fight actually happens at the Painan as well. That's the thing. And will the fights happen today as well or not? That's the bigger question.
Yep, Painan is rather popular as well because like what you say, right, it allows access to the ruins island and also the main peninsula island or the boot camp island. And on top of that, it allows quick access into the hill between Painan and also boot camp as well. And if anyone were to be able to hold that hill, sometimes, depending on the circle, it will give them a good advantage. But ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we will head on to game number 1, which is in Sanhok.
Most certainly, we are in the match number 1, ladies and gentlemen, and with this, the fights are finally going to start. The teams are finally going to drop out, and no matter where the plane line is, you can easily go to your designated location without any any hardship or anything like that. But my main concerning fact right now that I'm really looking out for is the fact that if we're gonna have any kind of clash drops into the peninsulas, the main islands, or the Alpha Island, Charlie Islands, anywhere but Paradise Resort, I think that's where the first cookie is gonna start to crumble. And at the same time, you can see the Alpha Island, the mountaintops close to that, the eastern corner of that Alpha Island. It's also right now being contested by 2, almost 3 different teams, and the fight is happening over here. Team Bhutan is here alongside of the Team Pakistan. JP, in fact, 64 with the crossbow is here. The grenade is going to go from Falak's side, and that's a first casualty. IQ is going to get the second knock, and Caesar gets taken down as well. That's a knock. That's a confirmation. 2 out, 2 more to go of the Team Bhutan, but how Bhutan will retaliate from this point is the bigger question, as one player is kind of too far away. Going on to the Paradise Resort, we are also seeing not 1, not 2, but 3 different engagements.
Yeah, 3 engagements, and all these 3 teams, they drop fairly quickly into Paradise Resort. Now, Paradise Resort only has enough loot for 1 team, generally, but because you have 3 teams here, loots will be scarce. So this will depend on what sort of weaponry did they manage to pick up. And looking at Sri Lanka, they're pretty decent. They do have a QBZ. They do have an M4. That's okay. So I believe they're ready to fight back.
They definitely are. They definitely are ready to fight back at this point in time. And let's see what's going to occur at this point into this Paradise fight. But, I'm seeing Team Pakistan being also contested, taken down as Falak is right now on his knees. We started with 64, more than that, more than I think 64 players. But right now, we're down to 56 players. Oh my goodness. This is a very chaotic lobby. No matter how you're looking at it, Sri Lanka, Thabs MVP, alongside the rest of the players are also here. 1 elimination, but we have IQ taken down 1, instantly getting taken down as well. That's a knockdown on the Team Pakistan second player from this point around. Falak gonna get eliminated. T24 is down, and every single one of the Team Pakistan is out of the equation. THA, they absolutely destroyed Team Pakistan into the very first contestation, and I was talking about the Team Pakistan having the upper advantage, having their better game at Sanhok because they're kind of accustomed to it. But right now, they're the almost first team, almost we can say the second team to be eliminated out of this game.
Oh, the fight's not over yet here inside Paradise Resort. Looks like it's between Sri Lanka and Hong Kong, China. And looks like Sri Lanka just got eliminated. They become the next team to bow out of the lobby. And Hong Kong, China claims Paradise Resort for themselves.
They definitely do. Paradise is right now for all of this, all of these 4 players, and name Hong Kong, China. It is an amazing feat that they have successfully done for themselves at the Paradise. 3 teams were there, but now only 1 team is standing. Going on to the Thailand. This is the team that is responsible for that elimination of the Team Pakistan. Spider T4N did a 1v3 on Team Pakistan, and after that, he's also one of the guy that has been eliminated from the game. So the best guy, the best fragger, the best engagement guy, at this point in time, that took out a full team, almost a full team. Right now, he's gone. So Thailand is kind of like on a very, very pressured point that whatever they're going to do, it's going to like affect whether they're going to go forward, whether they're going to have like more points to their name or not. But talking about the circle and the radius of this fight that can actually occur, look at the northern side, the Painan corner, the northern corner of the ruins. We have Team AG, we have Thailand, we have Team SBDR, and on top of that, there's also Japan coming close to the proximity.
Yeah, and I understand why a lot of these teams, they want to try to pick that spot, right? Because now the first circle it is on top of like 3 different islands, so it could go anywhere. But we'll probably get a clearer picture when the circle goes to stage number 2, or maybe when stage number 3. It depends. If it's still like stage 3 or even 4, when we have 3 islands within the circle, it's going to be really rough for the players. So the best possible thing that they can do right now is to try to take that middle spot on top of ruins. So if the circle goes into one particular island, they would have the quickest access there.
They definitely will have a quick access to the side of the like mountain area, but oh, I'm seeing some fights. I'm seeing some casualties happening, ladies and gentlemen. Vietnam also has a 1 player completely done and dusted. It's elimination on one of the guy of the Vietnams as well, but the rest of the 3, they're chilling. They're going on to the buggy. 2 of them at least are, and Tuan 18. He's also kind of like in a different vicinity, different location from the rest of his team. So the real fight is going to start from here. The real engagement is going to start from this point onward. We are seeing these teams kind of like going super, super aggressive whatsoever. But 45 players are only remaining. If we had like 16 teams, then we're down to 13 teams. 3 teams has just given out their lives, and they're done, and they're dusted within the 6-7 minutes of the in-game timer.
Yep. Because of the early drop clash, like how we saw early on. One of it is inside of Paradise Resort, and the others happen somewhere else. But interesting enough, one of the players or the teams that love Paradise Resort, Myanmar, they managed to escape in time, but they lost Mernat in the process. So looks like they will be playing with only 3 players for the rest of the round. But we have seen it time and time again that a team that has 3 players is still able to get chicken dinner. So even though they have only 3 players, fret not, especially the fans from Myanmar. I'm sure that they'll be able to do well as well. But of course, the challenge is not going to be easy because we have all these amazing teams as well. Japan looks like they got one of the hotspots within the stage 1 circle, which is the Camp Alpha Island. But it will depend within the next 10 seconds whether this area will still be valuable or not.
Within these 5 seconds, we'll know if the area is going to be valuable, but I think the circle is going to go towards the eastern. Yes, it does go to the eastern side. I was going to say southeastern, but that kind of seemed far-fetched, so I stuck to eastern side. But aside from this, boot camp right now is at the very almost dead center vicinity of the circle, ladies and gentlemen, and boot camp is going to be one of the places that may be in high value right now. Any team that's going to go into the boot camp, they will have an easy access to their surrounding premises. They can look at the surrounding premises for more of the teams and more of the engagement that they can actually pick off. I think someone should go there, but aside from this, what I'm saying is the fact that everybody's kind of like gathering around the boot camp rather than going inside the boot camp.
Yeah, it's interesting that nobody actually took boot camp, even from the very beginning, even up to now. But I believe that we're going to start to see teams going towards boot camp. I can see that Team Vietnam actually heading there. But on the elimination feed, we have Smile getting 1 knockdown for himself. So naturally, that happens when teams start to converge with each other. They probably saw a moving vehicle, and that's where they took the opportunity. Hayato will be the next one to fall.
He definitely is going to be the next one to fall, but there we go. Wrongs is over here with the DBS in hand. He takes down another one of the Japans. Ladies and gentlemen, that's 2 down of Japan. Down to 1 more or 2 more to go. I think Japan is down to 2 more. Yeah, Japan is definitely down to 2 more players that were on the Alpha's mountains at that point in time, but now they suddenly have to like move inside of that circle because the circle actually went towards the eastern corner, right? But Brunei Darussalam, so far, 3 elimination, 3 engagements, and they took those beautifully without even a single casualty to their side. I can see one of the players of Japan on that mountain ridge, on that mountain top, and Brunei is actually looking at the area. But wait, no way. Another player, another engagement is right now on our screen in the boot camp, ladies and gentlemen, and that is Vietnam losing 1 player. The second one is knocked out, and let's see if he's going to be able to get that revival done in the meantime, and if anyone is going to take this opportunity, seize this opportunity to rush inside the boot camp as well.
Yeah, the good news is that there's a long-range knock. I believe it came from Timor-leste. So as long as it's a long range, he's inside a boot camp, he should have enough cover to be recovered. And
he knows.
True enough, Vietnam, they're back as a trio, and they are the only team inside of boot camp. No other team really wants to commit into boot camp. And I guess that's because we only have about 50 more seconds before stage number 3. So you might as well wait and see where the circle will go from there.
Definitely wait and see where the circle is going to go. Right now, boot camp is going to be an easy circle target. Why? Because it's right now at almost the dead center of the previous circle. So the chances are highly that the circle is still going to have that boot camp into the ridges, into the trenches. But talking about the teams outskirts of the boot camp, we are seeing Team ATR cursed is super close to the proximity of the Timor-leste, and the fight can definitely ensue. He can definitely do a third party or the backstab from the back angle, but we are also seeing Vietnam being aggressed upon in the boot camp from a different team. That is Team Japan and ANN. Kenji, he's finally gonna receive that call out that okay, staying here is gonna be dangerous, so why not go back into the safer side? But the circle is gonna go towards the southern side, ladies and gentlemen. The circle is gonna go south. One player is still in the boot camp. The other guy is on the other side of the road in the compounds, into the small shacks and the vicinities. He's kind of gonna go chill, but the main concerning fact that I can think of right now is the fact that northern angle, the teams from the northern angle, as they're going to approach, it's going to be a really difficult situation, but he's going to put more difficulties on himself at this point in time as they're moving near the Timor-Leste's region, and champions, every single one of the Timor-Leste, they did try to shoot at the guy, but none of them succeeded.
Yeah, Timor-Leste right now, they're just waiting for exit frags opportunity from Vietnam. They know that Vietnam is inside a boot camp, but Vietnam also know that Timor-Leste is across them. So I'm pretty sure that they will navigate from the left side of boot camp into the circle just to avoid that line of sight of Timor-Leste. While we check out the other teams rotating into the circle right now, we have Hong Kong, China, who's making a later approach with the vehicle. But Brunei Darussalam, they will happen to meet up with the member of Thailand. Shirley is here all alone.
Oh, he tried to get out of the door, but he was stuck in that building. No way. He got a lot of damage from the Molotov, but now he's finally going to face-to-face with the Brunei, and Darussalam is finally going to take him out as well. That's another elimination, 4 eliminations in total that this team is going to have without even a single casualty. That's the best part. This team not only took those fights, not only took those engagements, and from different teams. They took those engagements from different teams, and without any single casualties. Right now, they're surviving. Now they have to move inside the circle. That's another thing. With Bangladesh on our screen so far, Hong Kong, China is going to receive the damage. One player is going to get absolutely decimated from this point onward, but aimbot is going to come here. He's finally going to take down the player, and there we go. From Hong Kong, China, that's a 1-to-1 ratio of those eliminations happening, those trade-offs going around, but now it's a 3 versus 3, and we do have to see what that 3v3 is going to actually go with. The MXCC7, in fact, it gets taken down. MAAOP. I'm a OP. Let's see what this guy is going to do, as this guy is going to be the final and only hope. Everything is residing on this person's shoulder. The moment he's going to come out, the sprays are going to connect, and it's all over, ladies and gentlemen. Hong Kong, China, beautifully executing this fight against the team and taking those 4 eliminations.
nicely coordinated by Hong Kong, China. Chinese Taipei at some point, they had them surrounded. They had them at their flanks, but Hong Kong, China, they were ready for it. They were ready to sniff out every single player from Chinese Taipei and took them out one by one. Now they have access into the circle. The next question is going to be, where will stage 4 circle go? And looks like it moves towards the inner side. Even for Team Malaysia, they have to move forward.
They do have to move forward. But my main concern right now in all of this situation is the fact that the circle shift and how the circle shift is going to affect all of these team members. So far, we're on the state number 4, right? And this state number 4 actually indicates close to that boot camp area that it went towards the northern angle. It went towards the northern region. So majority of the players are right now kind of in a very, very panic situation. Yeah, Japan is in the circle. There is the team Hong Kong, China that should be in the circle as well because they were taking the fight near the boot camp, outskirts of the boot camp as well. But on our screen are the 2 teams. In fact, not 2, but 3 teams. We have Malaysia into the back lines. We are seeing the Timor-leste in the front lines, and there's also the team YG. Oh my God. I think that's Bangladesh into the boot camp region.
And here's Ryan from afar, gets Kevin. Beautifully executed, playing a support role. But now they need to save Adeluk. Adeluk will be back up again. And Malaysia, now they have to consider how they're going to move forward after saving Adeluk. Kevin will be eliminated from afar. Timor-leste will play the remaining round with 3 players.
10 teams. Still 10 teams more to go. Yesterday, the total number that joined was kind of low, so I can expect that, okay, 8-7 was okay. But today, we had 16 teams, and now only 6 teams so far has been eliminated. 10 more are still to go. Indonesia on our screen so far. And you can see them, they're on their horses, they're on their cars, anything that they can use to like approach and close that distance up. They're going forward. DBS in the front lines, when Donkey's Potato gonna get taken down. Potato 5 has been fully finished off. So that was a very, very, very aggressive move that he took, and that actually like absolutely decimated him from that point onward. But Indonesia, how are you gonna retaliate from this point onward? The grenades are gonna go. Nobody's gonna get a connection from those grenades. Zeta is ready with another one of those throwables. Consulate, let's see, on a different path, on a different angle, coming in from a different approach, and nothing is connecting. Nothing is getting connected. This is not looking good. This is not good whatsoever. There's also the back lines, the third parties that can come into the play, and there we go. Finally, we're going to have Hong Kong, China, one player being knocked out. He's getting that revive, but in the meanwhile, Indonesia is not going to lose this opportunity. They're going to close that distance up, push up to the teams. And there we go. The fights once again started to happen. Zeta gets taken down. It's a back and forth going around. And Consulet also being down as well. It's right now down to the last guy, Razak. Razak is going to take down one. Instantly going to ram down the player. The second one is also knocked down. So Boy T, the final guy, the final hope of the team. It's all up to him. It's all up to him. And he's going to get Molotov. The fryer, the spray is coming around. And Razak taking that 1v2. But oh my God, from the backside, Myanmar comes into the play, absolutely decimate the team that just eliminated one of the other names. The Hong Kong China is out. The other team is also out. Nepex is also fighting into the proximity. Okay, in fact, the Hong Kong China is still alive. They're still going on with the team Nepex at this point in time. But Brunei on the front lines, they're taking those casualties on the Myanmar and also receiving some of the casualties.
Oh, and looks like Myanmar, they're going to play the gatekeeping role against Brunei Darussalam. But from the side, Say Cloud receives damage. He has Smile together with him. Smile with 3 eliminations now, looking for more. But Brunei, now they have the elevation against Myanmar. Looking to sniff out the remaining 2 members. Wrong with the DBS in front, now cooking up his nade. Aiming towards the direction where the 2 Myanmar players were at. And they managed to get away to safety for now. Looks like they will survive to tell the tale another day.
That's crazy. That's so crazy at this point in time. We're seeing so many casualties. We're seeing so many engagements at this point in time. And here we go. Finally, another one coming around. And you can see, oh my god, just how many teams are into the proximity. We have Japan, we have Bangladesh taking the fight. There's also Brunei taking the fight against the team of Myanmar at this point in time. There's also Malaysia. Ooh, wait a minute. That's Malaysia into the back lines, taking those engagements as well. Nepal is going to receive a lot of damage as an Apex Precious is the final man, final hope for the whole team, for the whole situation for them. We do have to see what's going to go, what's going to happen next at this point in time, as the circle is going to take a shift toward the western region. Once again, we are seeing Malaysia taking those casualties onto the other teams, taking those casualties onto themselves as well. But Brunei, I have to give it to these guys. 4 players still remaining into the game. They're slowly approaching the situation, getting more and more elimination numbers for themselves. Precious is being progressed upon, and Precious with the S12K, he has a very, very decent chance, in my opinion, to at least take 1 down, 2 down at the very least. He takes 1, he takes 2. Can he take the 3rd one out as well? He goes on the reload. Now you have to go forward. He takes the 3rd one out. Brunei from a heroes to almost being eliminated over here. It's a 1 versus 1 fight going around, but there we have it, as Starboy came in with the clutch as the star for the team. Made sure that at least one player can be rescued, but the rest of them, they absolutely got decimated.
But there was an amazing solo play there by Precious earlier on, just to be stopped by Starboy towards the end. And look at the amount of eliminations that Brunei has right now. They are at 9 eliminations, and they are still in the game. And now they are in top 5 as well. Brunei, they're doing really well this round.
They definitely are. But now they're down to the very last 2 players. That's the thing. If they were 4, they would have been more aggressive. They would have started their aggression again from this point onward. But now, as they're down to the last 2, they're not gonna move too much. They're gonna chill here. I can see Yangon. I can see Selcom Diggy into the proximity as well, into the circle on top of that. So they're definitely chill. They're definitely good. But aside from this, I see Japan in the back lines. Rumi Q, the final guy, the final straw for the Japan. There is Malaysia, there is Bangladesh, there is Myanmar, and Brunei into this proximity. It is the top 5, ladies and gentlemen. This is the fight of the top 5. 1 versus 2 versus 2 versus 3 versus 4. Malaysia is the only team in all of this scenario, all of this proximity, but not just the 6th elimination, but all the 4 players alive from their side. But finally, they're going to have 1 casualty. They're finally going to get those elimination to their side. Master Smile, you need to heal yourself as soon as possible. Get your healing up, but no way, Myanmar. The casualty is definitely amazing. You made sure that even if you can't aggress upon the player, you can actually chip off his HP and make sure that he gets eliminated by the play circle.
And for Malaysia, not only they have a full squad, but they have also the high ground. They also have the circle. As we can see here on the minimap, Japan, they're on the outside of the circle. They will need to fight through Malaysia, but they don't have the numbers. They don't have the terrain advantage. At the same time, Shamil is managing Bangladesh on the other side, and he gets 1. 90-degree goes down, but the name from the other side will finish up this round. Malaysia will score the first chicken dinner today.
They will secure the winner chicken dinner of the match number 1, ladies and gentlemen, of the day number 2, the Group B. Match 1 has been given out to Malaysia. But how many eliminations are they going to have? This is the question that I want to know, that I want to be answered. But going on, I think we're going to have our answer in a short while. Yes, they are the winner chicken dinners of the match at number 1. In Malaysia, it is, ladies and gentlemen. Going on to the final blows. Bangladesh had 2 eliminations, right? And the other side, the Malaysia, I do believe so, they were somewhere into the proximity of maybe 7, maybe 8, or even 9 eliminations. And if they have more than 10 elimination, they're definitely going to be chill for the next match at the very least. Going on, they have 10 elimination points, ladies and gentlemen. We have Cluck with 460 damage. We have Kasim with 2 as the most assist between all of these 4 players. Then we have Cluck with the most elimination numbers as 3. We have Kasim with the 20 minutes and 29 seconds as the highest number of survival time.
Yeah, so with 10 eliminations and a chicken dinner, Team Malaysia scores 20 points as a starter. But also, other teams, they did score a good amount of eliminations, especially Brunei. Last we checked, it was 9 eliminations. But we'll get to the board later on. Right now, we're going to break down the individual players for Team Malaysia. So Adik Luke coming out with 3 eliminations and 460 damage, the highest among them all. He is the Terminator for the team. And we have Ryan, the Child Prodigy, 2 eliminations. We have Kasim, 3 eliminations, and Shamils with 2. So everybody within the team did contribute towards the points gathered here for Team Malaysia.
Man, you didn't see Kasim. He only had 27 as damage taken with 3 eliminations, 400 damage. What is going on with that guy? He was completely annihilating everything. But aside from that, let's go to the match summary. 55 eliminations in this match with 55 knockouts, 13 revives, 3,361 healing. Not a lot of healing in the Sanhok. We do expect a lot of heals. 107 throwable use, 94 kilometers. In fact, I don't know if that is kilometers or that is in meters, because if it's in meters, that's 94 kilometers. But if it's in kilometers, if we're talking about all of the team's rotation, that is 94,000 kilometers that we're talking about. But going on to the longest elimination distance is going to be 237. We are going to have some of the headshots, but aside from this, going on to the head-to-head, it is Burmese versus Malaysia. 10-10 on both sides. The Vinavana chicken takers and the highest fraggers in this lobby without the Vinavana chicken dinner. 1357 is the damage from Malaysia, and we have a comparison to the 969 damage. 4 assists to 5 assists, 8 knockouts to the 7 knockouts.
Yeah, so Brunei, they actually did very well this round, getting a 10 elimination haul. Even last we checked was 9, so towards the end it was 10. So it's a good round as well for Brunei, I must say. But because they didn't score the chicken dinner, so obviously the total points, they won't be able to match up to Team Malaysia. So I believe that looking just based on these two teams here on screen, Team Malaysia should be the team that scored the most points in round 1.
They did. They definitely did, because not only with the 10 elimination, they also have that Vinavana chicken dinner. But I'm talking about the non-Vinavana chicken dinners. Those elimination number, look at that. Brunei Darussalam, 13 points. They got eliminated on the hashtag number 5, but 10 eliminations with 3 placements. That's definitely going to help them a lot. Aside from that, Myanmar also have 9 points. Hong Kong, China did good. 8 elimination to their side. That was really, really on a W side from their angle. They were completely going haywire with those eliminations and everything, right? Aside from all of this, we're seeing the rest of the teams kind of going on a equilibrium somewhat. 8, 8, 6, 6, 5, 5 points. They're not too much. We can't make a deduction from just this first match until we have our first half of the day, 3 matches done and dusted. We can't say, okay, who's lacking, who's not making too much of a good moves, and who is doing absolutely crazy in all of this scenario. But yes, on the first chart, the final team, that is Indonesia with 4 total points, from 20 all the way down to the 4 in the first chart. We are waiting for the second chart to occur, and there we go. Wait, now Pakistan, Chinese Taipei. We have Sri Lanka, Laos, Timor-leste, and Bhutan, all the way from 3 points to 0 points on the second chart.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for Laos, Timor-leste, and Bhutan. No points collected in round number 1. But again, it's only round number 1. And they might be glad that, okay, Sanhok is done because it's a Iesf map. And I know a lot of players, they do not like to play Sanhok. So good news for them. We're done with Sanhok. We'll head into the OG map of Erangel after this. But what an explosive first round it was. From the get-go, we see a fight. We see a clash. In fact, we see multiple clashes. And then until the end, of course, it just fights all the way. So what did I tell you, my man? With this kind of lobby, it's aggressive.
That is definitely aggressive, and this is what I'm craving. This is what I'm looking forward to into the next matches as well. As Sanhok is done, we're now going to go on to 3 Erangels and 2 Miramars. But before heading to the match change, we're going to go for a very short break. Do not go anywhere. Stay with us, ladies and gentlemen, and we will be right back.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Asia and Oceania regional qualifiers for the IESF World Esports. My name is Sir Cloud, together with my buddy here, Torix, and we were just done with game number 1 inside of Sanhok, where Team Malaysia scored the first chicken dinner. What do you make of the first game?
First game was absolutely crazy, man. It was absolutely crazy. But now, we're waiting for the next move, the next engagements from this team, from all of these names, right? There are 16 teams. They're definitely going to go back again once into the Erangel matches. And we're going to find a start of the stalemate. Then it's going to change into the aggressive stances from that point onward. We're not just completely going to go to the aggressive. Erangel is going to have a change of pace for the teams. They're going to set their momentum into that change of pace. Yes, but it's the start of the game, so they can still test the waters in all of the scenarios, in all of these actions and everything. So slowly, steadily, where the situation is going good, the fights are definitely going crazy. You don't have to go too crazy on all of this action, right? You have to make sure you're calm and composed in all of this particular situation, because each and every single match right now matters. You have just started your aggression. You don't want to lose it out. One wrong move and the whole momentum that you worked out into the Sanhok to make, it's gonna crumble.
Yeah, absolutely, right? You have to just keep the pace, especially for teams who did very well in game number 1. Obviously, Team Malaysia, and then we have Team Brunei Darussalam as well. They did well with the 10 eliminations that they have collected. But for the other teams that did not do well or didn't do well as they would have expected, this is, of course, a round that they can redeem themselves. And plus, Erangel is a way more balanced map as compared to the Sanhok map. So a lot more space to play, a lot more areas to loot, a lot more opportunity to have a good start and hopefully have a good end. But because it's also the first Erangel in this tournament featuring this group, we might see another drop clash. I would say we might want to keep our eye on maybe even Pochinki, maybe even Rozhok, or sometimes even military base.
That's true. That is true. Military base is one thing, but those school apartments. Oh, I don't know why and how these teams have decided to choose the school and the school apartment, and it's been going on for too long. At this point in time, I've decided to go to the school, right? I couldn't find anything. I got eliminated. I don't know how these teams find some things, those guns and everything, and they start to really pace up those elimination numbers on top of that. But aside from this, Yasna Poliana can be a very crucial place. The Severny, if the circle actually goes over there, it can also be a very crucial place for the teams. But it all depends upon the playing line. We can't say okay, this is Sanhok, you can go wherever you want. No, the playing line is really going to matter on which locations you can actually access and which locations you're not going to be able to access for yourself. So everything is dependent upon that playing line, and from that point onward, the circle shift, the circle radius is going to determine whether you're going to stay at your designated location that you have just robbed, or you need to move ASAP.
Yeah, as compared to the Sanhok match, the flight path this time would also really depend on where some of the teams would want to drop, right? So sometimes if the flight path is skewed towards the northern side, they would just choose to drop somewhere north. Sometimes maybe even as extreme as Zarki. If it's a southern focus sort of flight path, then maybe Ferry Pier might be a good spot for these teams. So it's very different from Sanhok, where wherever the flight path is, teams can still drop to their favorite drop spot. But not the same case for Erangel. So they have to quickly adapt to whichever drop slot depending on the flight path is. And for the players themselves, during the lobby, once they enter the countdown, that's where they will be able to get to see the flight path, and that's where they'll be able to plan where they want to drop. Now, if it's a sided skewed type of flight path, there's a higher chance for us to see an early drop clash.
I mean, the chances are there, but it all depends upon the teams, that whether they want to take that aggression, that drop location, or they want to play it safe for the sake of the first match of Erangel. It all depends upon that. But in my opinion, if I was the one that was telling them to like whether to take the fight or not, I would suggest the fight, because at this point, this is just the start of the pace. This is just the start of that racetrack. You're not like in the halfway, the quarter way. No, this is the absolute start of the Erangels. You can go to the complete aggressive and start like chipping off that aggression as you move forward into the next matches, into the next phase and everything. So this match really, really, really matters at this point in time, no matter how you look at it. Going very aggressive can either be very helpful for you, or it can lead up to your first demise as well.
Yeah, and also like what you mentioned earlier, right? The circle also plays a role. So in this map, if it's an Eevee circle, it could be anywhere. It could go all the way up north, or it could be like a military-based circle, in which it's one of my favorite circles, by the way. But the players, they obviously don't like that. I'm just evil that way. Or it could just skew towards one of the sides, right? Like maybe it would go to like Milta or Milta Power. That would be a rather challenging circle as well. But it's also common for us to see like a Gatka circle somewhere in the middle of the map, somewhere that is kind of open and balanced for all the teams. But yeah, I personally favor a military-based circle, but I'm sure the players, they will prefer like a Gatka-ish circle, if not like a shelter mansion circle. They'll be kind of balanced for them as well. That gives them a lot more space to play with instead of like those funneled areas, especially if you have to cross the bridge, whether it's the left side bridge or the right side bridge of the military base.
You know what? I would choose your circle, your liking circle to the military base, but I would take it up a little bit to the northern side, you know, just enough that the very middle is on the bridge, just that bridge, and ending on the bridge is gonna be so cool. Everybody, no one has like a really good location to like cement themselves. And if imagine if the circle actually goes towards the bridge and someone is on the very top of that bridge to those complete railings and everything. Oh my god, imagine the destruction that he can rain upon every single one of the teams, every single one of the players from that location and the like direction. He can look back, he's gonna see the players. He's gonna look forward, he's finally gonna see the players as well. He can go from left to right corners to even spot down the players on those footpath areas that the teams do usually use now, those staircases to cross the bridges. He easily have that like location access to him as well. But now it's just my wishful thinking. It all will depend on how the circle is going to take and initiate from this point onward. As we are about to head over into our first match, ladies and gentlemen, just a little bit more. Do not worry about that. Just a little bit more, and we will have our first Erangel on the way. Erangel is going to be such a chaotic one this time around, and I would love to see the teams go chaotic. On top of that, chaotic circle with chaotic teams, that's the best combination that I can actually hope for.
Yeah, I mean, after having a teaser of how this lobby would react inside of Sanhok, I believe that even if you give them a bigger map with a lot more space as compared to Sanhok, which is Erangel, I'm sure they will react the same as well, and we can expect a lot of action to happen inside of Erangel. And you did point out one of my favorite spots early on when you were explaining your point, which is school, and that's a spot that I personally do really like as well. But without further ado, let's jump right into it. This is going to be game number 2, Erangel.
Oh my god, this plane line featuring Eastern Corner, all its glory and all its of glory. Oh my god, this is going to be super insane. Stalber, Severny, Rozok, Napoleana, Lipoka, Milta Power, Nova Pinoy, and the military base island is going to be accessible. Even Pachinki is accessible right now for the teams, but anyone that wants to go to the Georgia Pool, the northern cities or the western cities of the Georgia Pool, they will have to be in a very concise location. They will have to drop into the garages, find the cars, find their vehicles, and just let's get out of there. Get into the Georgia Pool, the western sides, wherever you want to go to the eastern, in fact, western corners. But circle is another thing that I'm really waiting for. Okay, where the circle is going to go, which teams are going to be into the favor of the circle, and which of them are going to be not. Imagine the circle going to the hard southern side, Novorupnoi being the centralized position of that circle. It's going to be insane, but I see is Napoleana being contested by 2 different teams. We also see Sri Lanka, Vietnam into our proximity proximity. Severny has 2 teams at this point in time. It is one that is Vietnam. The other one is the team BG. And it's just one wrong move, and it's going to be absolutely crazy from this point onward.
An early fight as well involving Team Malaysia and also Team Thailand. And Adeluk gets the first elimination. Spider 10 will be eliminated as well. And looks like this is a tussle for the farm area. And the farm area is a common spot for Team Malaysia. Now one more to go. On the other side, on the second floor, Adeluk is pretty low, but he's still going in for it though.
Oh my god, man. The situation is going really, really insane. We are also seeing 3 eliminations from the Team Malaysia at the very least. And Sri Lanka, they're also going to lose one of their players. So it's Dilla, it's Aslan, it's Omega. These 3 players into the proximity of the Severny region. But I do love the fact on how the other team is actually approaching all of this scenario. Vietnam, they're staying together. They're making a duo compilations and moving forward slowly, steadily into the proximity. So it's amazing. 2-to split ratio, finding cars, finding vehicles, making sure that this Severny region, this city is completely devoid of all of those cars. The player has nowhere else to go as the circle is going to go towards the Yasna Poliana. Look at this. So from Severny to the Yasna Poliana, you're going to have almost 900 meters, if I'm really correct on the precision side. So 900 meters, that's where you're going to move on foot.
But Yasnaya, at least we can see one of the teams actually leaving this area. It's going to be Bhutan. They couldn't leave Yasnaya for Hong Kong, China to continue to loot. So hopefully Bhutan, they have enough loot before they left. Or maybe if they don't, then they have to find another different spot. Probably they're going to check out Rozok after this. But back on to Severny this time. Looks like we still have these 2 teams here, Sri Lanka and Vietnam. But for Vietnam, they sent out 1 player and just to check out another spot that they can shift themselves over to. I guess they might not be interested to continue on the fight.
Continuing on the fight. Okay, right now, after that first initial eliminations of Thailand versus Malaysia, we can definitely see the lobby kind of cementing themselves in a safer approach, safer side locations, as the players are kind of so far going slow, steady in all of this situation. But 15 teams have joined. Once again, we're 1 less team into this proximity. I think there is 16 teams, or I'm not sure if there is going to be 15 teams in total in all of this scenario in today's matches. I can be wrong. I can be right. I'm not sure. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. But going on to the circle. Circle has actually shifted to that bridge, to that Novoropnoi military base island. But wait a minute. I thought I saw Team Pakistan drop at farm. But suddenly, now that we're seeing at the circle, they're at the ferry piers.
Okay, so looks like they decided to play a little bit safer this time, which I think is okay. Considering that they were the first few teams to be eliminated in the Sanhok match. So they want to try to find their groove again. So try to avoid early fights, maybe take a corner one. So happen they found Ferry Pier. And as of now, they don't really need to make a early engagement with anyone else. So they have a good start. Hopefully they will have a good ending as well. And I think this is a good move here by Pakistan.
That's true. That is true. It's definitely going to be a good move from the Pakistan side at this point in time. But aside from this, look at the other teams. Look at all the other different regions, different countries. They're cementing themselves into their drop locations where they dropped early on. Pakistan, yeah, you were kind of in a very panic situation that you had 3 teams surrounding your vicinity, you're surrounding your location. So there was a possibility that you could be eliminated. So a very nice move, a decent move to get out of there as soon as you can, as soon as you could. But now, going on to the Yasnaya outskirts, we are saying some eliminations, maybe into the proximity as the players are finally leaving those premises, leaving those locations from one direction to the other. Yasna Poliana is going to be contested by Hong Kong, China right now. Hong Kong, China into the proximity of this Yasna Poliana. They're the only team in this area, right? The teams that were kind of close into the proximity was the south of Yasna Poliana. Those small compound areas, those are ridges, where now, right now, they have the circle for themselves, but for how long? In 1 minute, maximum 2 minutes, the stage number 1 is going to close, and we're going to see such a hard shift maybe from the circle, maybe towards the southern side. I can be wrong, but if it goes to the southern side, anyone that's on the northern angles absolutely is going to go crazy.
Yeah, but there's also a chance that the circle will be kind. You might go to farm, you might go to the mansion area as well. So that's a possibility there. And if it does go there, then, well, that's a theory that we did discuss earlier on, that the teams will have a lot of space to play. And that's the kind of circle that the teams would like to have, rather than, oh, it pulls all the way down south, like what you said, and it will be hard for the teams from the northern side especially. And last we checked, there were a lot of teams at the north. So if the circle does pull all the way down south, then we can expect a brawl up there.
We can absolutely expect a brawl all the way up there into like the location, but it all depends upon the circle shift, right? It all depends upon when the circle is going to take that shift and how the teams are going to react to that. Are they going to go like completely haywire trying to figure out the locations inside of that circle or something like that or not? But going on, still 15 out of 15 teams are in this region, in this game. Okay, 3 players got eliminated, 4 players in total got eliminated, 1 player from Sri Lanka, 3 players from Thailand. Aside from that, every other team has their complete squad roster, full 4-man, all the way back up to the notch. 15 and almost 9 minutes. 9 minutes almost have passed. We're on the 8-minute marker, right? 15 more seconds, and this circle, this stage, is absolutely going to go crazy. Whether it's going to go crazy or it's going to go completely to the team side, I don't know. But already we can see the teams that have decided to take the circle and the bridge region for themselves. Oh my god, the farm outskirts, the region of that bridge, but the circle's going to go hard east once again. Oh my god, this is a very, very hard shift to the eastern side. Milta power plant. The power plant is still in the circle.
Yeah, and especially the high ground just in front of prison. That is definitely going to be a point of contest for a lot of these teams. Everybody wants to try to take the high ground for themselves. And so far, no teams there. But we can expect more teams to head towards the area. And that's where we will be able to expect a clash point in that high ground area just in front of prison. And looking over on the other teams, making a later approach, one of them is going to be Indonesia. They're going to come in from the right side in. As for Team Malaysia, who scored the chicken dinner earlier on, they started on in farm, so they're not too far away from the circle, so they should be fine for now. No big reason for them to make their move unless if they want to be the king of the hill first.
They do definitely want to be the king of the hills at this point in time. Right now, we do will have to see what's going to be the next case and next move for all of these different teams at this point in time. We're seeing Team Pakistan finally moving from their western side of region to the eastern side of region. They're going to go to the shelter area, but outskirts of the Pachinki, we're going to see 2 different teams, 2 different names, 2 different regions up against each other, maybe or maybe not, as right now they're deciding whether to take the fight or whether to not take that fight. Malaysia is over here. Ryan, he's shooting at the players into the proximity of I think Bhutan, but Bhutan is such in a hidden location that those sprays are definitely not going to approach them until like he has a really, really decent scope, like 4 times or even a 6 times at this point in time. But Pakistan, T24 OP on our screen so far. They have those compounds for themselves, and this is the bridge that I was talking about. This is the region that I was talking about, like the mountain, not the bridge top. The bridge top, this railings, he can see either to the back lines, he's going to find the players that may be rotating, maybe not. They're ready to take that action once again into the vicinity, and oh my god, let's see what's going to happen. And as Shishkar, he's finally going to have a knockdown. He's finally going to get an elimination onto the players. And VD, Zeta, is almost the last player remaining into the proximity. Those two eliminations are definitely going to help them so much. The third one is also down to Potato, the final guy from the team Indonesia, as a one donkeys. It's all up to this guy. It's all residing up to this person.
Yeah, and he's going to play super safe by parking himself inside of Milta Power. A totally understandable move since he doesn't have any of his other teammates left. And he has to fend for himself. So the best he can do right now is play some points. Hence the very safe approach. On the elimination feed, William from Timor-leste just got gunned down and got eliminated. And looks like the circle continues to shift down south. This time, pretty focused onto the Milta area. And if we were to look at the northern side, we have at least 4 different teams there that's still around the area. And they're making a move, but some of them seem to be heading towards the same direction on the right side, especially between Japan and Hong Kong, China.
That's true. That is true. But what I want to see is, when we first came into this match, I was expecting the complete chaos. But right now, I'm not seeing that chaos whatsoever. To elimination to the Vietnam's name as well, slowly approaching the situation, but they're definitely going to be in the fight. They definitely need to be ready and well prepared for what they're about to do, for what they're about to get into as the fight is going to approach. The sprays are going to come. Max LV, come on. He survived. He dodged all those bullets. Every single bullet was on his car, and he's finally going to get out, cook a grenade. He's going to throw it up, and that is absolutely going to maybe decimate the players. There we go. This first grenade is going to go. It's going to connect. And there we have it. RARGAGNN. He's going to have 1 knockdown. The second one comes into the play. Vietnam is going to secure 4 eliminations. A nade elimination from AGRXN from Vietnam side. Absolutely crazy going. But one player is right now knocked out, Sir Cloud.
Oh, but from the side, look at this. Aimbot. He sees a player from Chinese Taipei. But right now, the player is going to pressure them. He comes the spray by Aimbot, hoping to be able to aim down his opponent, but not able to get it. But unfortunately, he's also the last player standing for Hong Kong, China. He has to focus on himself, but looks like he's not going to leave any man behind. He's going to focus on to saving his teammate first, but I worry for him that it might be too late.
He might be a little bit too late at this point in time. We never know what's going to happen. Like anything is a possibility at this point in time. But Pakistan, Naki. This is the first elimination that they're going to have. Chinese Taipei, they're also going to have those nade eliminations to their name. Team Pakistan is going to have another elimination towards their side in a short while maybe. But so far, it is just that one elimination that they're going to have. But Chinese Taipei, oh my God, MXCCC. You are absolutely crazy by taking that guy out of the car in a straight up manner. But now, we're down to these top 10 teams, ladies and gentlemen. 13 teams, in fact. 13 teams are still alive. 42 players remaining into the game. MXCCC, the final hope of the team, with a UMP-45 in the hand. The other gun is going to be an Ace-32, but the player rushed in on the face. Hayato just shoot that gun right on the point-blank range. He couldn't dodge. He couldn't go anywhere, and it's all over. The player is done. The player is dusted. And with this, another team goes out of the window.
And there goes another team eliminated, leaving us with 12 teams left. And looks like Pakistan is in the fight with Vietnam. Falak gets Boiti, eliminating him immediately. And looks like they have this high ground advantage, and that's why they are stopping Team Vietnam from coming up to the high ground. But here comes Team Myanmar just behind Team Vietnam. So this could be a 3-way war coming soon.
3-way war. It's coming on. Pakistan versus there is the team Myanmar into the proximity. There's also, oh my God, Vietnam into the area as well. So it's a 3-way deadlock going around. Anyone that's going to even give out their locations to the other one is absolutely going to get decimated. There we go. One player, Myanmar, actually took down the guy. In the meanwhile, Vietnam gets absolutely decimated. Wait a minute. Vietnam was just here, just circling in the area, and suddenly now they're done?
They are done, it seems. They had a hard time actually trying to get up to the high ground because they were blocked by Pakistan, and at the same time, Myanmar was approaching them. So they didn't really have space to play with. And unfortunately, eliminated number 12. But we still have 11 teams here. And we're going to see the next stage of the circle in about a minute more. Most of these teams already in the circle, so it's going to be okay for now. But for teams that are by the edge, like Myanmar, like maybe even Thailand, who had that one player left, which is Shirley, they need to think how they want to get forward next, because the high ground is going to be a hard place to play with, especially if you have other teams already there.
That's true. That is true. But right now, what we're seeing is an absolutely crazy circle, ladies and gentlemen. It's completely almost into the open, but in the mini screen, you can see the fights actually engaging at the eastern corner. China, in fact, Japan is there. There is the team Nepal into the proximity as well, moving around, moving away from the area, and kind of like, okay, in a safer side. The approach is a safer side, but for how long? This is the bigger question, because the circle is about to take another shift. The stage number 5 is about to happen in like, 50 seconds maximum. And those 50 seconds, even 20 seconds, I would dare to say 20 seconds is going to be the absolute maximum. But here we go. The circle is about to take a shift. This time around, it's going to go to the south, toward the western. So southwestern it is, to that city of the Milta. And those Milta city areas is definitely going to like help some of the teams that is already cemented, that has cemented themselves into the area, into that region, to be in a safe side spot. But for how long? Everybody has to finally move a little bit, if not too much, a little bit. Your location will be provided to the other team because of your movement. The moment you're going to get out, you're going to take out the cars, and they will definitely be looking at you, just like how Nepal has actually taken down a Timo right there. That's the first elimination that they're going to have. They're looking at the more players, but the sprays are not connecting so far.
But Brunei Darussalam not having a good round. Right now, they're still on the outside of the circle, and it's starting to be congested within it. Forcing themselves within the circle is going to be Japan, with Sri Lanka on the high ground, spraying down onto them. At the same time, while all this is happening, Thailand just got eliminated. And Japan, Rumi Q, moving down on the ground, eliminated by Aslan. And here comes Sri Lanka, collecting point after point. So far, only 1 point. The rest of them looks like Malaysia. Just stole away one of them.
They definitely did. They definitely did. And now, from this point onward, we're down to the top 8, ladies and gentlemen. Bhutan is over here also shooting. We are seeing Bangladesh also spraying completely haywire onto the players, getting some eliminations for themselves. But we do have to see what the other teams are going to have in store for us. So far, Timor-leste, be very careful on what you're... In fact, Timor-leste has been eliminated. This is the Sri Lanka. This is the Sri Lanka on our screen. So these 3 players, out of which one got absolutely decimated at this point in time. He got finished off. The other one is into the vicinity. He is healing himself back to the 75, then going to heal himself back to the 100 with the boosters. But Pakistan is coming from the top angle, the northern regions, and they're going to rain down the sprays upon all of these names, all of these players at one point in time. So be very careful on what you're going to do and what you are thinking of doing at this point in time. Situation can either go really good or really bad depending on what you're going to do and what your next move is going to be. T24 OP looking out at the vicinity, trying to find out everybody into the proximity, but he's so far away from the rest of his team that if he gets taken down by even a coincidence, he's not going to be able to get that revive.
But now Pakistan seems to be making a move from the northern side, and so far no other team is going to challenge them. So they will have an easy entry from the north into the circle. They can play around the foothill or even in some of these higher ground areas. It's going to be an okay rotation for them. But on the left side, Team Myanmar, 10 more seconds. The zone will close. By playing by the edge of the circle, there's a chance that the circle will move away. But looks like Sri Lanka, they just got eliminated by Malaysia.
They definitely did. We're going haywire, ladies and gentlemen, in this complete region right now. It is the top 7 on our screen. 24 players remaining, with 7 teams are remaining into the match. 21 minutes have passed. This is completely like an like a reverse U-turn that we're seeing from the teams after Sanhok being done and dusted within the 24-25 minutes marker. We're in 21 minutes, 22 minutes a marker of this game, of this Erangel, and barely we're done with half of the teams. Okay, 15 joined, so we're barely done with more than a half. So only 7 teams are remaining. 24 players are alive into the proximity. There's Bhutan, there's INA, there's Nepal, there's Pakistan, there's Bangladesh, there's Myanmar, there's Malaysia. Every one of these players are right now still alive, with the majority of them having the 4-man squad. I'm only seeing Team INA, right, with a solo player, and Team Nepal with a trio. Everybody else is a complete squad.
Oh, James just got Romeo from Myanmar. It's a long-range knock. And now Myanmar, they need to recover him. They're probably on their way at this moment. But Myanmar, they don't have the circle. They have to move forward. The zone is starting to close right now. But right in front of them is going to be Bhutan. That might block them from coming in. Bhutan, they need to find an angle though. They do have a good compound. But then again, if they don't have the angle against Myanmar, Myanmar could slide in.
They definitely can. They definitely can slide in at this point in time. But the question is when. The main question is when are they going to slide in? The circle's going to take majority of them down. The 2 players are down and dusted. The third one, come on, shoot at the third one. Do not get greedy on those elimination numbers. You have to shoot down the players. But Bhutan, Caesar. Let's see what he's going to do. The Esports is not going to make any connection. He's going to get taken down. It's a knock confirmation right there with that. Team of YJ, Myanmar, they're finally going to be able to revive their players, but nope. I spoke too soon. The circle's closing in. You're not going to be able to revive your players. So that's one thing that we're going to see. But Romeo, can you get your car out? Can you get that car out of that area and just go into the safer side, safe zone area? Romeo, that's exactly what he's going to do. But those 2 eliminations, they're definitely going to go towards the Myanmar's location. Malaysia is also here, tapping on the team Pakistan at this point in time. IQ, loan that HP. Come on, one more shot, and there we have it. IQ down 4 engaging with the players, getting some eliminations into the proximity of the areas. But T24, he's low, he's coming, but he's finally going to be taken down 90 degree. He's here. Romeo's here, but Falak with the S12K, he's going to take him down. It's a knock confirmation, and Myanmar down to the very last as Falak is cooking that grenade. But will that connection happen? The answer is yes, as Falak makes short work of the team. Myanmar getting that elimination for themselves. Amazing start to an amazing engagement, and that came down definitely to an end. But Team of Pakistan now, in fact, down to the last 2.
What a beautiful 1v2 by Falak earlier on to the 2 players from Myanmar to defend his ground. And because of that, he still survives. Beautifully executed. It's still him and Noki representing Pakistan. And speaking about Noki, we have it on screen right now. Right in front of him is going to be another player. This time from Nepal that he will need to defend his ground against. It's going to be Domain. But Domain right now, he does not have the circle. The circle shifted towards the left side. This situation surely doesn't favor Domain. He is in one of the toughest positions possible now.
He definitely is. He is in one of the toughest positions. Domain, you cannot go anywhere. The moment you're going to get out, you're absolutely going to be destroyed by every other team. Naki, not a good position as well. Yeah, he is looking out for Domain at this point in time, but this Domain grenade, it might make an end for you. And there we go. It definitely goes close to the Naki side, but not enough that Naki can get absolutely destroyed from that point in angle. Naki's here. Domain is on to the other side. He's slowly approaching this situation, crawling in. He can definitely see Naki on barefoot. There we go. It's completely open. Domain gets taken down as he takes down Naki by the 6-9. There we have it. Nepal out of the game. Bangladesh with the 4 eliminations. 4-man still standing. Team Pakistan down to the very last guy. That is Falak on the very top of the mountain. He's shooting at the Team Bangladesh, but not making any connections on those knockout scenarios. So 6-9 on the back line, but behind that rock. In the meanwhile, we have Hitman behind that hovercraft that he's using as a covercraft at this point in time, but Naki's providing all the locations from different angles at this point in time. He's making sure that even if he's not available to take the fight on, he's still giving out the call outs that, okay, the one player is here, the other guy is over towards that direction, so be very careful on what you're going to do. But Falak, beautiful shots, but instantly retaliated. He cannot peek, he cannot shoot at this point in time, and now he's just waiting for the circle to actually approach.
Oh, and still Falak with the high ground advantage.
Get in the car.
But he might not get the circle advantage when the circle goes stage number 8 in about 15 more seconds now. So he has to make do with whatever that he has right this moment. 8 elimination points right now for Team Pakistan, while Bangladesh, 90-degree, looking to aim that nade into the warehouse. Potato is inside of it. They know that he's there, but they can't finish him off. The smoke isn't really helping, and the nades aren't really landing.
Oh my god, the top 5, ladies and gentlemen. It is a 1 versus 1 versus 3 versus 4 versus 4 that's going on. Falak low on that HP, and finally he is done and dusted. It's all over for the Team Pakistan. The hashtag number 5, they went out. Grenade on the face. Potato, how is he surviving? That's my question. The grenade clearly went inside, but my main concern is, how is he surviving that splash damage of that grenade? Everything that is being dumped upon in this shack, he's absolutely taking it like a champ. 90-degree finally coming onto the different direction. He's gonna throw that grenade right on the face, and there we go. This time around there is no hope to save, there is no hope to survive, and it's all over. Bangladesh getting those eliminations for themselves, 5 eliminations in total. But we have to talk about the Malaysia. They also have like 8 eliminations with 4 men still standing in the front line. There is the Team Bhutan that can take that fight, initiate that angle, initiate those engagements against the other team. So be very careful on what you're going to do and how you're going to like approach the situation. But Rage Bull is over here slowly approaching the situation. One wrong move and that's going to be all over for you. So be very careful. Be very of your surroundings, and whatever you're doing into this area, make sure that you're confirming all those knockouts that you're trying to get.
Oh, from the side, Rage Bull just got gunned down. Eliminated immediately right after. Bhutan right now only has 1 player left. It's going to be Peta. And Team Malaysia, they know exactly where he is. Bangladesh knows as well. Everyone's going in. They want to get that 1 extra elimination point. And Peta falls to the hands of Team Bangladesh. Now it's between Malaysia and Bangladesh for the chicken dinner. We're at stage number 9 right now. Hitman gets Kasim.
Oh, he definitely gets Kasim right there, but 90-degree alongside of Hitman. Let's see what they're going to do. A perfect grenade, perfect throw onto the player's face. The second one onto the way, as well as the second guy gets eliminated. The third one also on the way of being eliminated. It's a mini red zone that got the absolute annihilation on the Myanmar, Malaysia's players, in fact. And that's Bangladesh, ladies and gentlemen, for you with this win over the chicken dinner of the match. And number 2, amazingly done, beautifully executed. These guys are an absolute beast.
Oh, absolute beast indeed. Just look at the final moment earlier on. All those nades that they kept throughout the entire game used entirely on the Team Malaysia to score the chicken dinner. And we're going to have a little bit of a recap on the final blow. Just look at the amount of nades thrown towards Team Malaysia. They had nowhere to go. And plus, Bangladesh, they had the high ground advantage. All they need to do is just aim all those nades down towards Team Malaysia, one by one, bang after bang, and the final one landed onto Shamil, and that's how Team Bangladesh scores and secures, locks in the chicken dinner with 12 eliminations.
That's absolutely crazy. 12 eliminations is a very huge number. Oh my god. And 6-9 cursed. 6-9 again, and we have 3 6-9s achievement: most damage, most elimination, most survival time. Then we have Cursed with the most assist. Match rank is the number 1, so that's 10 points to their name, and elimination points up to 12. 22 points in total into the match number 2 that they're going to secure for themselves going on to the WWCD stats. We have 90-degree with 1 elimination, 1 knockout, 355 damage, 5 eliminations for 6-9, 4 knockouts, 597 damage. We have 2 eliminations for Cursed, 1 knockout, 386 of the damage, and last but not the least, Hitman with 485 damage, 4 eliminations, and 3 knockouts. But this guy, he not only got 4 eliminations with 485 damage, but damage taken, he received a less than 100 damage.
Yeah, only 67, but still able to bring in 4 eliminations. That's a very interesting stat, I must say. Now, looking at the overall match summaries, throwables used in Sanhok, it was like a 100-ish, but this time it's 181. So there's an increase here in the throwables used. I guess that's also because of it's a larger map. So naturally, players will have more time to loot and to gain those throwables. And we saw a lot of them being used towards the end of this match earlier on. So that kind of justifies the number as well of 181 throwables used. Other than that, only one airdrop looted. To me, it's a little bit of a surprise considering that it's an okay circle. It's not one of those tough circles that the players will need to make those big rotations. But still, I guess because of the level of aggressiveness or the level of rotation by all the teams that they are all across the map, that's why there's only time to loot one airdrop.
I mean, I would give it to pressure as well, like the pure pressure that someone might be looking at that airdrop, and these teams are a force to be reckoned with, so you don't want to like mess around on that to find out what's the end result of all that loot dropping. But head-to-head wise, it is Bangladesh. 8 elimination in total. We have Malaysia, in fact 12 eliminations in total for this match. Malaysia has 8, 1823 damage to 1460, with assist going up to 11 to 3, 9 knockouts to 8 knockouts. This is the head-to-head, ladies and gentlemen. But going on to the match ranking now, 22 points for Bangladesh. Malaysia 14 points. Pakistan, 8 elimination as well. Comparison to the Malaysia, it's the same elimination number, just the placement is kind of like a different one, where Malaysia got eliminated on the hashtag number 2. Pakistan got eliminated on the hashtag number 5 with 3 points to their arsenal, 11 total points. We have Bhutan doing somewhat okayish with those elimination number. Hong Kong, China, once again, they're consistent. 6 elimination in this match. Previous one, they had 8 elimination. Indonesia has 1 elimination. Myanmar has 4, 2 for Nepal elimination side. Vietnam also having 4 elimination to their name, to their numbers. This is the point structure going on. 9, 6, 5, 5, 4, 4 for the first chart.
Yeah, and for page number 2, unfortunately, 3 teams, no points. We have Laos here together with Thailand. We did see them in action against Team Malaysia very early on, and unfortunately for them, they didn't win that fight. And they only had 1 player towards the very end, that was Shirdi, but he was not able to survive long enough to gain placement points. So 0 placement points for Thailand. Timor-leste as well. We saw them having the high ground, but they were sieged down and they got eliminated fairly early as well. So no points collected by Timor-leste. So hopefully they'll be able to make a comeback. As for Brunei Darussalam, from a good Sanhok match, this time only 1 point collected, so they'll be looking to make a comeback in the next round. But when it comes to the overall standings, when we tabulate all the scores, Team Malaysia is still at number 1 with 34 points.
They definitely are. 34 points. Then we have Bangladesh securing some decent placement into the overall ranking. 30 points whatsoever in total that they have right now for themselves. Then we have Hong Kong, China with 15 points. Now that's where the real cookie's crumbling. From 34 to 30 all the way down to 15. That's half of the difference of the complete point structure, right? 15 points minus, that's what we're seeing from number 2 to number 3. Myanmar is going to lose some of their placements alongside of Brunei Darussalam. Pakistan is going to receive some of the placement points, like positioning points into the overall ranking as well on the hashtag number 6. Right now they're residing. Nepal being dragged down onto the number 7th. 8 goes up to Bhutan. They successfully got that placement for themselves, a placement jump. But the second page, in fact, it's completely on the loss. Laos didn't even join, but Timor-leste that did join, they're still like barely getting any points for themselves. 2 matches are done and dusted, and they're not having even a single point for themselves. It kind of reminds me of UAE for the Group A. That's what was happening for the UAE onto the Group A side. Between the 5 matches, they only managed to secure up to 3 points.
Yeah, hopefully Timor-leste will be able to get the points on the mark, right, coming soon, because you don't want to end the day with a 0, but of course it's still early for us to talk about a team ending the day in a 0, because we're only 2 games in. We have 4 more games to go, but after this, we're going to go on to game number 3, and we're going to replay the same map again. That is going to be Erangel. And now that the players have the experience of playing Erangel with this lobby, I'm sure there will be major adjustments.
I mean, it's only like a couple of more games to go, right? 4 more games to go, and it's going to be done and dusted from this point.
Yeah, but anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a short break before we head on to game number 3. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you guys after this.
Welcome back to the IESF World Esports Championship 2025. This is the Asia and Oceania qualifiers. We are now on match number 3 in Erangel, and this is like a totally different lobby, you know? I mean, well, it's stacked. We know it's high octane matches for tonight, and we do see a lot of familiar names repping up their flag, you know, of the dream of bringing home all of the pride and glory for their country. But you know what? For the remaining matches, It will be Red Queen and Sir Cloud ready to take you guys in a world of action. How are you, Sir Cloud? Fresh from Japan?
Oh yeah, fresh from Japan, and I have my whole red outfit here to say hello to the Red Queen. And I noticed that you have a new chair as well.
Oh yeah. It's because my back is already hurting, you know. We cast like for how many hours? 4 to 5 hours every tournament, and so I needed to get myself, you know, something comfortable. And this is pretty cool, right?
It's a good investment. It's a good investment. Always take care of your back, ladies and gentlemen. And
Yes.
after a certain amount of time of sitting, you guys should walk or just move around as well. That's a bit of a PSA for all of you out there. But glad to be having you back at the desk as well, Red Queen. And in the first two games, just to give a little bit of a recap for everyone, the first chicken dinner was by Team Malaysia. The second chicken dinner is by Team Bangladesh. And because these two teams, they scored their own chicken dinners respectively, they are now stacked up at number 1 and number 2.
Yes, I actually saw the overall rankings just moments ago, and I'm pretty surprised that, you know, Bangladesh kind of packed some heat, you know, during that first Erangel match. Now, I do wonder if that's going to be the same case, because we're going to have 3 Erangels for this evening, and so I would want to see if they could replicate, you know, the same strategy, the same energy, and get the chicken dinner once again. You know, yesterday for day number 1 of Asia A, I say Group A. That's Group A. There was a team that actually scored a chicken dinner, 2 chicken dinners in a night. So maybe we can see something like that happen today.
Yeah, but this lobby is pretty tight, right? If you kind of think about it, right? Like you have like amazing teams, amazing players that we often see in the professional scene as well. So it's kind of hard to tell who might get a double or if there will be a double at all, because of how competitive this lobby is, I would say.
I know, right? And we got some champions over here representing up Myanmar, if I'm not mistaken. Yes. So I just know that it will definitely be a hot showdown, you know, for this specific group. And I'm already excited at what kind of, you know, some clutch moves I'm going to see for the remaining matches. I am stoked.
I like how you're dressed up today as well. It feels
Very
like
formal,
unusual.
is it?
I know, right? It feels like you
I
just
feel
came
like I'm
back.
going to the bank or something. I mean,
You look like you're going for a job interview.
yeah. Hi, hello, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm applying for being the caster of IESF. Wow, we're back to Erangel.
I like that. I like that. That's a smooth one. Smooth transition as well. As we transition into our game number 3, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be a very different flight path this time. The flight path will be skewed towards the southern side. So we can expect teams to drop somewhere in between to try to go up to the northern side.
Yeah, I'm just again looking forward to the kind of action I'm going to witness for today. I mean, yesterday was okay. I mean, there were some sparks that happened from like in between, but it was kind of I can say more on the passive side. So perhaps, you know, for this group, I would want to see some blockbuster moves, some awesome rotations, and maybe a lot of double-digit scores for the eliminations.
I like how you put blockbuster moves. It reminds me of how the kids say it nowadays. Absolute cinema. But
Oh yeah,
Red
we
Queen,
Gucci, Sir Cloud. You know that.
I'm trying to catch up as well, you know. So yeah, if you guys hear me like drop a skibidi here and there, you know, I'm learning. I still don't know what it means, but maybe you guys in the comment section can help me out with it. But Red Queen, I'm sure you're also very familiar with a lot of these teams and players as well. But we are also so happen to be casting potentially a mid to the base circle.
Oh, for sure, Sir Cloud. You know, like what I mentioned, you know, at the beginning of the match here, I just know, and you know, I saw a lot of big names so far repping up their flag here, repping up their country, and I do expect really to see a lot of high octane moves and some pretty awesome collisions that can happen for today. Yesterday, we weren't able to get a military base finish, so I guess the circle must have felt, oh, Sir Cloud is casting today.
And the circle just needed to wait for Red Queen to make an appearance as well. So now we have a chance, but I'm not going to jinx it. I do like the first circle, and let's hope that it goes to our favorite kind of circle. But Nicky's not going to like this. He's alone here against Team Malaysia.
Oh, man, and he doesn't even have any vest at all, and he went for a major spray against someone who is inside a vehicle with a micro Uzi. That is so courageous. That's all I can say.
Oh, but the vehicle stolen though by Adik Luke, so bon voyage, he says. I'm not sure if he learned French, but I guess he says goodbye for now. But it's a good move by Team Malaysia to be able to steal away the vehicle, so that will put Team Thailand in a position that they need to find another vehicle instead.
Yeah, Malaysia probably saying right now, we're not interested to get into a fight for now. We're focusing on getting as much resources as we can to take all the advantages in order to win and maintain our lead. And so far, Thailand, they all have this place to themselves, so I don't think anyone is going to contest them just yet. So maybe, just maybe, we can expect a lot of fights happen, stage 2 or stage 3. But how was it, for the first Erangel? Did they go for a fight right off the bat?
Well, we had an early encounter inside of farm between Team Malaysia and Team Thailand, and there was a bit of a scuffle in Severny, but everyone just focused on the rotation after that. And totally understandable, right? Because it's still early into the tournament. This is the first day of Group B. Everybody wants to have a good start and we won't take unnecessary fights. Same like what we're seeing here on screen. Like, if you can avoid this fight to get into main to the base, that's exactly what Sri Lanka is doing.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tricky part, right? This is perhaps the most dangerous part of Erangel, I can say. So everyone needs to be in a very safe place, in a very good vantage point. And so I feel like, every team here is prioritizing to get into a very good location before they would want to get into any engagement. And as for teams here, they're all safe and sound. We haven't heard any gunshots just yet. Everyone is still a complete squad here, but we do have 15 teams competing for tonight. Unlike yesterday, there were only maybe 11 teams.
Yes. Yesterday, it was about 11 teams. But today we're going to get, well, at least as of now, 15 teams. Maybe later we're going to get more. Hopefully that's going to be the case, right? But with 15 teams, we also have to look at the quality of teams as well. Like, just look at this. Myanmar, they feel their best team, recent champions. And then you have like Team Malaysia, who is also a mix of like very, very high caliber players. And then you have Indonesia as well, very known players. And also for Brunei, gotta give it to them. This lineup or these few players recently also qualified into the professional scene. So this is a really stacked lobby that makes things really interesting to see, especially for Group B.
Maybe that is why, we have a lot of viewers for today, because everyone's so eager to know, like, okay, how is this roster going to do in this competition? And so far, everyone's looking at the recent champions over here. I mean, we got them representing Myanmar for this tournament. And of course, everyone is curious if they're still going to top, this tournament, maybe show everyone how it's done. But yeah, we're looking at them and they know someone is just lurking, within the area, and they're trying to hunt them down. I don't know what Champagne is going to do in this situation. I mean, obviously it's going to be 4v1, so I don't know what the rest of the backup is.
Yeah, not too sure though, but he's all on his own right now. It's going to be a 1v2, and it's going to be a straightforward knock onto Champagne, and SayCloud will land the final blow, and that is going to be the first elimination given towards Myanmar, picked up by none other than SayCloud.
It was an obvious outcome. I mean, it was a 4v1 situation, so we're not really expecting that he'd survive that one unless he is a ninja. But anyway, we only have one player that got eliminated, and now we're looking at, of course, Indonesia. And I believe this is also perhaps a similar situation, but we do see a teammate not far behind, but I don't think they will be taking up this this fight. And these are the boys of Sri Lanka.
Yeah, Aslan's not going to be interested. I mean, he's alone. But at least he did the scouting work, so he has an idea that, okay, there's somebody there so they might not want to take the fight head on. But Mernad spotted another player from Timor-leste, just took him out. And we might expect more fights to happen here. Now the follow-up is happening. Kevin is calling out for help, but again, the same
Oh,
situation.
no.
His teammates are nowhere to be found.
Kevin is home alone.
Oh,
My goodness.
I get the reference.
Yeah, I don't think Kevin is gonna survive this one. I mean, he's currently facing the floor, bleeding out there in the open with no backup, with no teammate whatsoever. So I think this is a pretty easy 2 points in the bag here for Myanmar. And so far, they're the only team who was able to score some points for this game. And now we are looking at, of course, Team Pakistan over here. And this is their usual place, I can say. They love to hang out here, so they're waiting for any teams perhaps to cross that bridge, and that's an opportunity right there, for Team Pakistan to score a lot of points. But it takes a big risk to actually be staying there.
I want to see who's going to take the big risk of still staying on the main peninsula, because now the circle, military base, let's go. And Red Queen, just look at both bridges. On the left side, you have Brunei there. On the right side, you have Thailand. It's all being gate capped right now. So teams who want to come in late, well, they might want to figure out an alternative to get into the military base.
Pakistan and Thailand, they're gonna ask for any identification with them before they can even pass through the bridge. And if you don't have any identification, then oh no, I don't think it's gonna end well. For those teams that would try to cross the military to the military base here. But in the meantime, we're looking at Brunei, okay, and they are also just waiting for any teams that will cross and get within their line of sight here, and they are ready to make it rain. I think for the other teams, they're scouting. They're still probably going through towns to get something and to fill up their backpacks. But for Team Pakistan, it's all business right now. I mean, they were able to get their weapons, fill up their backpacks, and now they're just staying here, waiting for anyone that would take the bait.
Yeah, but Team Japan, they're taking the time though. It's still around the area of Pochinki as of now. And clearly, this area is not in the circle. So they have to figure out how they're going to get into the military base later. But on the elimination feed, looks like Sri Lanka. One player gunned down, but no follow-up. So it could be a long-range knock. So it could be back up anytime soon.
Yeah, that was probably a warning shot, coming from Noki over there that, hey, it's not going to be easy for you to cross from the main peninsula down here to the military base. You will have to deal with us. So let's see if they can actually do that. That is actually a big threat right now because it is such a good position. But anyway, I think Team Pakistan is going to have to deal with a team right behind them. And I believe those are the Team Sri Lanka and even Bangladesh. So I believe there's a lot of teams flocking in that specific spot.
Yeah, and we can expect more to come because look at the timer right now. 30 more seconds before we head on to stage number 3. And we still have a good amount of teams spending time in the blue or on the main peninsula. Say Cloud gets one for himself, but now Thailand, they're tanking the blue. Thailand, they have not moved at all to my surprise. And not only did they not move, but they didn't make any moves to stop any teams from crossing.
You're absolutely right. So we don't exactly know what the plan is at the moment, but we're trying to observe Myanmar. A while ago, they were able to score 3 points now in the bag over here, and there are a lot of players losing their lives over to the blue zone. So, and also we got Japan. Oh, it's Anne Rinto was able to score point. That's a confirmation coming through. Thailand now is already making the move. I think this is the start of for Thailand. I mean, to score some points.
Oh, finally, they're making their move, but could it be too late for them? Because teams, they're starting to exploit the right side of the beach line to go in. And so far, Thailand, they're not able to pick up much. Only one elimination. And they're still spending time in the blue. We are at stage 3. I don't know about that decision, but we'll see what happens next because there are more teams to come including Timor-leste and also Japan.
Yeah, but I don't exactly understand what is happening at the moment. I mean, there are a lot of teams passing by, but nobody is, well, trying to gun down each other, except for Nikki over here of Thailand. I mean, this is probably the first player that I saw do a massive spray here up against those teams that are driving by. But just the amount of teams actually close to one another, it's so surprising that no one is actually going for any hard push, any, crashing of compounds here. So, again, we'll just have to wait and see what will happen next.
And it's easy to avoid Thailand's position, right? You just need to play by the shoreline, but it won't be easy to avoid Vietnam right now.
Oh, no.
Tuan getting one. Kenji now down on the ground. Looks like Japan might find it difficult because of Vietnam. Hayato, what is he going to do now? He's going to turn back. But where else is he going to go? And the blue is chunking down his health.
They probably know that there's a team that might gun them down when they start to actually go through the bridge. But the thing is, they weren't expecting that two of them will instantly drop down from the vehicle. So that's abort mission, from the side of Japan. Maybe they will try to find another way here. So I bet they will go for that long rotation. Just got knocked down. Confirmation coming through, and Japan got eliminated. And now we are looking at two teams again, trying to gun down another. Omega getting dropped like that. Malaysia getting a point, but they already have one casualty over here.
And here comes Ryan with the elimination. The prodigy of Team Malaysia looking for the remaining members of their opposing side on the other end. But Ryan receives damage from afar. There's so many teams around this area. They have to be extra careful not to overexpose themselves.
Chinese Taipei also got eliminated. So stage 3, and we already said goodbye to 2 teams now. We're looking at 13 teams remaining here. And again, we got players from Bhutan getting knocked down in another part of Erangel. Actually, the kill feed is lighting up at the moment. But you know what? We're not going to take our eyes off over here to Sri Lanka versus Malaysia at the moment. Deal at 31 with a vehicle explosion. Aslan knocked down on the ground, courtesy of Ryan. But the dance-off is not finished over just yet. And that is such a brutal thing to do. That is a shotgun to the face that made him drop instantly on the floor.
At the end of the day, it is Team Malaysia winning over this compound, but heavy casualty on their side. 2 players eliminated. On the left side bridge, we have Brunei. Now it's their turn to get into the inner side of the circle. And Timo gets William. Beautiful nade. And that's a nade elimination. Brunei will clear off the bridge. But now they need to get into the island. Next, it's going to be Pakistan trying to stop them.
Brunei right now challenging up the boys of Pakistan. And just like that, again, Bhutan already got eliminated as well. Spider Tan, oh no, just gave himself up to the blue zone. We're looking at 10 teams for stage 4 over here. And I cannot even believe that there really is a lot of players getting knocked out, in the blue zone. So let's see what will happen next over here as we look at the boys from Brunei trying to cross the bridge here. T24 also getting close to where they are exactly, so perhaps they will try to fight up against each other.
Yeah, it's a brutal circle, right? The circle not only in military base, but it shifted towards the left side of military base. Now, the teams on the right side, last we saw Thailand and Co, a lot of them went down to the blue because of that hard shift. Now on the northern side of the circle, we have Brunei trying to fight their way through against Pakistan, but Pakistan holding their ground. Falat will get wrong. And Star Boy, how is he going to get out of this? He is now wishing his twinkle, twinkle, little star that something, a miracle might happen to be able to open up a path for them to get in.
Yeah, this is going to be really hard for them to survive since, right behind them is the Blue Reaper. And then we got a team here. Of course, Team Pakistan trying to make it difficult for them to even step into the circle. And just look at what Noki's doing at the moment. I mean, that was such a great spray with his Scarlight, nailing down a Timo. Oh, no. Again, Timo already out of the game here, so it is already crucial for the boys of Brunei.
Oh, yeah. Brunei only 1 player left right now, and it's going to be Starboy. He only has 10 bandages. I don't know how he's going to get out of this. And plus, the blue is putting pressure onto him. not helping the situation. As for Team Pakistan, they want to collect this one elimination point, but then again, Starboy is not going to give it to them easy. Oh.
That is for sure. Oh no, Romeo. This guy continues to rack up some points here. 6 now for Team Myanmar, and Pakistan is also getting close. I mean, they probably know where they are exactly, so I'm just waiting for them to decide, okay, maybe it's now time for us to challenge up Myanmar and get those elimination points that we need. But say Cloud is just picking up the information, trying to check where they are exactly, and probably maybe thinking, is it safe to actually engage for at this stage?
Yeah, they're calculating the situation, right? And they need the information as well on how close the other opponents are, because you don't want to be either long range or be third partied in. But speaking about a long range now, Murder tries his long range against Falak, and Seikla from the side will get him with the Scar L. They saw T24 as well. T24 will be down on the ground, leaving only Noki left for Pakistan.
Man, that was such a great angle, and I didn't think that, Team Pakistan actually expected that attack. What a way to get knocked down, but that is a win, for Myanmar. That's one way to break Pakistan's defense. Falak is desperately crawling back to a teammate, perhaps, or maybe hide himself, from Myanmar. Noki's so far away, so perhaps Noki is the only member that can probably pick up Falak at this point. Oh, no. Okay, forget I said anything, Sir Cloud. Noki is the last active member for Team Pakistan.
Yeah, and he's now on the outside of the circle. But we shift our focus over to Nepal now against Indonesia. And they're going to siege down the compound where Indonesia is at. Only the IGL Potato is in this compound. He tries to defend his ground. But then again, the numbers are against him. With the shotgun in hand, he gets one. Can he get a second one? The answer is no. As Nepal will finish off Potato. Team Indonesia eliminated at number 9.
Claw, man, this guy doesn't really disappoint his fans. But anyway, so Precious, Rex, Domain, Claw, these are your boys representing Nepal. And now we're looking at Thailand here with 5 elimination points. And Nikki is the only player that survived all the altercations up to stage 5 here in Erangel. And now he knows exactly that, there is a squad just right on top of me. And not exactly sure what the plan will be, but I don't think facing them straight up would be the right choice in this situation.
Ooh, I guess you have to go stealth mode, right? Doesn't have a choice because he's the last player left. But Romeo gets another grenade elimination, taking out the final player from Team Vietnam, and now leaving us with only 6 teams left. And it looks like Team Myanmar doing so far so good this round. Still a full squad with already 8 elimination points.
Yeah. I mean, for this round, they are really the highest performing team, but again, the game is not over just yet, so let's see who's gonna top everyone for this second Erangel. Who will get the chicken dinner? Nikki getting close to Nepal. Not even sure if Nepal is even aware of that fact, but if Nikki could sneak an attack here, maybe throw a nade, knocking down 2 members of Nepal, maybe he will stand a chance. But then again, there are already a lot of teams surrounding him, so could be very tricky here for Nikki.
It's going to be a tricky one indeed. But Team Nepal, they don't know that he's there. Somehow he managed to slide in. So it looks like the ninja work is working out for him, but the circle is not working out for Nikki. It favors Team Malaysia and Team Bangladesh at this moment. Nikki, he has to hope that the players from Team Nepal move forward so that at least he has some space to crawl in front.
That is some wishful thinking. Yeah. He doesn't have any cover. He doesn't have any teammates, so it's very crucial that he take up space here. Probably that could protect him from any stray bullets. But let's see what's going to happen. Now that we're looking at Malaysia, 5 points in the bag, but 2 casualties already, so could be tough for them to score the chicken dinner. But of course, we're not discounting the fact that they could probably do that. But unfortunately, though, for Nikki, ladies and gents, the last player from Thailand already got eliminated, which brings us down to only 5 teams remaining for stage 6.
What was interesting is that he was actually spotted not by Nepal, but Team Myanmar. And that means Team Myanmar will collect another point. At least 9 elimination points now for Team Myanmar. But now, checking out who's in the circle. Okay, Team Malaysia. We have at the southern side, Team Bangladesh. And on the north, it's going to be Team Hong Kong, China, with Myanmar coming in from the left. And here are our top 5 teams here. Lots of healthy teams, I must say, still.
For stage 6, but okay, here we go. Ryan is trying to find an angle over here. He's trying to wait for that opportunity to take that player down from that window. So let's see if he can actually do that. Just checking up with Myanmar, 9 elimination points right now. Again, they have the most number of elimination points as of stage number 6. Bangladesh, they haven't bagged anything just yet. But the good thing is that there's still a complete squad here. And maybe for now, Bangladesh, since it was a strong performance in the previous round, maybe they would want to go for that double chicken dinner in the night. That's why they are this cautious.
Well, let's see if any other team would deny it away from them. Right now, it's going to be Nepal heading towards Team Myanmar. And they're going to take the fight head on. Here comes Team Nepal. And here is Claw as Precious runs over Smile. Romeo goes down as well. But Myrna fires back, getting Claw instead. And now it's only 2 players left for Team Myanmar. Can they actually fight back? And they will fight back with the help of Ryan.
Oh no, this is not good for Myanmar. We already have 3 players knocked down on the ground here. Saint Cloud is, of course, doing his best to pick up his teammate and to make sure that he saves everyone. But Malaysia, on the other side of town here, they're still not done with their business. Unfortunately, though, for Myrna coming up from the kill feed over here, the Blue Reaper has taken him back to the lobby. And we got Malaysia still, unfortunately, Ryan from behind. That was such a great backstab coming from Bangladesh.
And the big boy, Shamil, is on his way to pick up Ryan, the child prodigy. And they will be back up as a duo. But hang on a second, Shamil. He didn't have the time. And here comes Team Bangladesh. They want to siege down this compound. Ryan will be eliminated by Curse with the nade. And same goes for Shamil as well. But he's taken out by Monkey from Team Hong Kong, China. Top 3 teams. Here we go.
Man, he waited. I mean, Ryan waited for the longest time and he wasn't even able to pull the trigger. Oh man, maybe he waited too long. But getting back into the competition, we got 3 teams remaining. We got Myanmar doing a massive spray up against Bangladesh, and we got the green knocked down on the ground here, and another one bites the dust. So Bangladesh not looking too hot at the moment.
Oh, and for Team Myanmar, so far, they managed to collect 12 eliminations, looking to secure more and also potentially the chicken dinner. But they need to fight here. Curse is now the only one left for Team Bangladesh and is rushing into his compound.
Wow!
He gets one on the right side. 1 more to go. He needs to do the business here for his team, for his country. But no, denied away.
Man, that was such a great dance-off. You have to give it to both of those players. I mean, Bangladesh did their best. That was an absolute massacre over there. 2 teams remaining, trying to get the chicken dinner here in Erangel. Who's going to be winning the fight? Is it going to be Myanmar or is it going to be Hong Kong, China?
I mean, the numbers to favor Myanmar, right? It's a 3v1.5, technically, until aimbot gets up. Then it's going to be a 3v2. And for Team Myanmar, they know exactly where the 2 players of Hong Kong, China are at, and they will get aimbot. 1 more to go. The nade by Romeo, beautifully executed. And it's now time for them to land the final blow and lock in the chicken dinner for themselves. There's nothing much that Hong Kong, China can do about this one. You can try to pull off a clutch, but then again, it is Team Myanmar to bring back chicken dinner number 3.
There is no stopping Myanmar from getting that winner chicken dinner. This guy's packed some heat, and now they are taking all the glory for this Erangel match. Oh man, that was a great showdown in the last few zones of that match.
Oh, absolutely cinema. That's how the kids would say nowadays. And Team Myanmar not only scored the chicken dinner, but they scored a lot of eliminations to come together with it. I believe it is the most eliminations that we've got so far. The first one was Team Malaysia, 10 eliminations. Second, Team Bangladesh with 12. And Team Myanmar surely have broken the record. And they would have brought in the most points in a single round, obviously. But did they do enough to get the number one?
Well, I mean, it was a strong flex right there coming from Myanmar. But we also have to give it to the boys of Hong Kong, China. I mean, 8 elimination points before they got taken out. I think it is a solid performance as well. It's a solid number. And I mean, Hong Kong, China did their absolute best to remain competitive, but unfortunately they did not have that firepower. They did not have that number to begin with, so it was kind of a convincing win, for the side of Myanmar. Now we're looking at the stats here. Got Romeo, say Cloud, most elimination points, most damage. We got a 543, I think, for the damage output.
And 16 eliminations is the record so far for Group B. And if we were to break it down, Say Cloud scored 3, Romeo with 5, Smile with 5, and we have Myrna with 3. So everyone from the team contributed in this round. But interesting enough, Say Cloud, even though he managed to convert like 3 eliminations, but he only took in 63 damage. This guy was an absolute ninja.
Oh, he is. No doubt about that one. And did you know that I saw a lot of most of the power rankings already, and how much these guys are actually making? And man, I just like, oh man, that's big. But anyway, what's also big are these numbers we see on screen here. However, throwables used. Okay, if I'm not mistaken, and if my memory serves me right, I think it was at 182 in the previous Erangel, and now we're looking at 103. So that was a long drop right there. So I mean, I always expect this number to really go high because I would love to see how precise these guys are when it comes to throwing nades.
Yeah, I know. Red Queen loves her fireworks. Yeah, I understand that. But I guess it's also dictated by the circle, right? Because it's a military-based circle. So ain't nobody got time for throwables. Everyone focus on to get into the circle instead. But these two teams, absolute focus. Number 1, number 2, respectively, Myanmar and Hong Kong, China. Myanmar with 16 eliminations, and Hong Kong, China not too bad as well, coming in with 8 eliminations.
Yeah, just half of Myanmar, so it's okay. But maybe, just maybe, we can see another team do exactly like what Myanmar pulled off, for this specific match. I mean, a double-digit elimination points. Yesterday, we've had tons of that one happen. So it's no doubt that these teams can also do just that. And if you missed the whole match, where we're looking at the rankings over here, 26 points in total for a first placer. We got Hong Kong, China coming in at second place with a total of 14, and then Malaysia coming in at third with 10. So 3 teams with a double-digit finish.
Yeah, and the only team without any placement points, but still on page number 1, is Team Sri Lanka. They got here by getting 2 elimination points. So at least that's something, right? It's better than going out 0. So as long as you can still get those small wins in some maps that you don't really do well, you can potentially compound into something bigger, because it's not only today, they will also have another day to play. So whatever placement that they have by the end of the day, no team can still be complacent. They still need to be consistent, and they still need to work hard. Now, flipping on to page number 2, Laos unfortunately was not in the lobby, but Chinese Taipei, they were. But too bad for them, they were the only team to not score any points in this round, despite them playing.
Yeah, you're right. But I get what you mean about teams moments ago. Since the circle actually landed in the military base, they didn't really have enough time to go for a lot of loot. So that's why maybe we didn't see a lot of nades actually got thrown inside the game. But anyway, we're looking at the overall standings right now after 3 matches. 44 now for Malaysia, but that's just a 4-point lead up against Myanmar, who is currently at second place at the moment. Bangladesh still I think they moved down 1 rank with 37 points here. Hong Kong, China coming in at 4th with 29, and Nepal is currently tied up with Pakistan.
Yeah, followed by Brunei 15, Thailand 12, Vietnam 11, and Bhutan and Indonesia with 10. So far, the ones stacked up on top are the teams that have got a chicken dinner for themselves. And Team Malaysia, they scored the first chicken dinner, so they have been holding on this number one spot since game number one. But of course, they are facing tight competition from Myanmar after scoring their chicken dinner with a lot of eliminations. Now they're at number two, pushing down Team Bangladesh to number three. So this is where the competition is starting to heat up. But on page number two, however, Chinese Taipei, number 14, number 15, Timor-leste, 13, Sri Lanka, and 12, Japan. So too bad for Japan. They slipped out of the first page to be at number 12.
Yeah, I'm actually trying to remember. So I think, teams from each groups will only have a total of 12 matches to qualify for the grand finals, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yep.
So they don't exactly have that much time to even, not try to get the momentum going on for them today. I mean, imagine we only have 12 matches for them to secure a slot in the grand final. So if they need to work, if they need to exert effort, it is now time for them to do that.
Yeah, totally agree, right? We're used to seeing maybe in a finals, 18 games, but this is only 12 games. So it's way lesser from what we're used to seeing. So that means the teams will need to really tune up the gas. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, the fight's not over yet today. We will still have more matches to come. Next is going to be Erangel. But before we head on to that, we're going to take a short break. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you guys in a bit. We are back, ladies and gentlemen, for the Asia and Oceania regional qualifiers of the IESF World Esports. My name is Sir Cloud, together with the wonderful Red Queen here beside me. How are you feeling about the last game?
It was exciting, of course. I guess the teams did not disappoint me. I did expect, I will see a lot of action that will happen, and the last few zones really was top-notch performance coming from those teams. And I feel like, Myanmar is maybe at championship high, so perhaps they already managed to get their momentum going for them. They just have to manage, of course, the pace and the consistency, for the remaining matches. Again, we only have 12 matches for each groups here, so they gotta perform now.
Yeah, the games are just running by, right? Like, we're already done with 3 games? We're going into our 4th game, so if we do the math, that's like 9 games more. And the gap is starting to show, right, with the top at the bottom. So if any team at the bottom has the ambition of being at the top, they have to do it now. Like what you say, Red Queen, now. Give them the look when you say it. Now.
Your favorite team needs to perform now. So make sure you make a lot of noise down there in the comment section and make them feel your love and support, because they're gonna need it. It's a tough competition. It's a tough lobby, and the action is what we came for, and I believe that's exactly what we're gonna get, for the matches today. That's why everyone is excited. Everyone is at the edge of their seat. So I just want to grab some snacks here and maybe some drinks to make sure that I wouldn't miss anything, Sir Cloud.
Oh yeah, absolutely, right? We don't want to miss anything, so you guys don't leave your seat as well. Maybe you can leave for a bit just to grab your snacks, because we're about to start soon. And when we restart our match, it is going to be in Erangel again. So after 2 games of Erangel, the first Erangel was a main peninsula sort of circle, so that's okay. But the second one was exciting because it is a military-based circle. Now, I wonder what kind of circle we're going to get for the third Erangel, right? So hopefully it's going to be an interesting one. Maybe all the way up Dr. Silverny would be kind of nice.
I wanna go to military again, but this time I wanted to maybe just really focus on military base. So perhaps we can see the same rotations coming from the teams here. So we will maybe witness some vengeance, from those teams that got eliminated early, and maybe a second chance to those teams that would wanna say that, okay, maybe we weren't really in the best of spots. That's why we got taken down easily. Like what happened with Japan earlier, right? They were getting ready to cross the bridge. Unfortunately, 2 of them instantly gunned down, so they aborted the mission. I think they tried to find, another way to get to the military base. Unfortunately, Team Pakistan was there to score the point and was able to do that. So Team Japan, I believe, was the first team that got eliminated in the previous Erangel. So maybe, just maybe, it could be a different story for Japan this time.
Yeah, hopefully as well, right? That they can do a comeback here, because like what you said before this, games are just scarce. There's so little games. There's only a total of 12 games, 12 matches to be played, and the gap is starting to show. So teams like Japan, especially those page 2 teams, or even the lower page 1 teams, they really need to catch up on the points right now, because right at this moment we have our top 3 teams who are doing really well, and they have scored their own respective chicken dinners. That's why they're up there. But the door is still open for any other team next to score their own chicken dinner with a good amount of eliminations, and then they can join the party as well up there. But if any of our top 3 teams from Malaysia, from Myanmar, or from Bangladesh scores the next chicken dinner, there's a chance they will create a 1 game gap.
You're absolutely right, Sir Cloud. But then again, if you're already at the top, why would you let go of that momentum? Why would you let go of that lead? Okay, for Team Malaysia, it's a 4-point lead, right? Against a Myanmar. It's not that wide. I mean, a make or break situation for those teams at the top. let's give it top 5. For those teams at the top, I believe they can either go up or be pushed down. I mean, it really depends. And since we only have like 12 matches, I think having a mistake inside the game has no plays at all.
Not
Everything
at
needs
all.
to be perfect.
Yeah, just like how Red Queen is dressing today. It's all perfect here. And she just came out of a job interview. Okay, so so don't mind her that. Don't mind that. But
Yeah.
looking over at some of the stats, right? Like overall standings from before, I'm looking actually at the potential of Hong Kong, China. Even though they haven't scored a chicken dinner, but they have a lot of eliminations in the bag. In fact, if I were to rank like just by eliminations, right? Like Team Malaysia, Team Myanmar 25, Team Malaysia 24, and Team Hong Kong China 22. So they are third when it comes to only eliminations. If only they can get more placement points, then definitely they'll be a top contender for the number 1.
If I gotta be honest, I don't think scoring a lot of chicken dinners will, like really help a lot.
You're saying don't score
Yes.
chicken dinners?
Yeah, I mean, if I were if you ask me, I would prefer being so consistent in terms of getting those elimination points rather than focusing on getting the chicken dinner.
Okay. Go all
Yeah,
in
'cause sometimes-
eliminations. All right.
Yes, because sometimes you can find a massive team, right? A team that's super performing at the top without even scoring a chicken dinner, but they are at the top compared to those teams that maybe a little passive on the elimination points, but they're so consistent at getting those chicken dinners, but they don't exactly climb up the ranks. So maybe those elimination points are what keeps you in the game. And getting those placement points, I think, is more of a bonus, to be honest.
That makes sense as well because we don't have the smash rule here implemented. So it makes even more sense that just go for whatever points that you can get, right?
And if,
I can see you
a
going
team
like,
is- No, like if a team is super consistent with elimination points, I think they're the biggest threat. They are gonna be the biggest threat in this tournament. And you're right. I mean, having no smash rule, I do miss the smash. I am a fan of smash rule. Well, I think this is the old PUBG. This is an old meta we are talking about. But like, if we have a smash rule over here, I think it will be more exciting. But then again, maybe, just maybe, in the next one we can maybe apply the smash rule. But for now, I think teams should focus on their consistency, their performance. It can be exhausting. We all know how much effort, each team and each players actually invest in each maps. And not to mention, like, if a team actually had a bad game, how are they going to get to the second game or to the next game rather with like having a fresh mind? Again, it's pretty hard. The pressure of being a pro player is absolutely nuts. So we always just have to make sure that the teams are very well supported. It can be very exhausting. So I'm just wishing everyone good luck over here, and especially those teams at the top that are doing great. Well, I hope they can maintain it.
yeah, also as well. But of course, the competition is tight, right? Even like from Pakistan, I mean, there are names that we are so familiar with, Red Queen, and we know the potential that they're able to put out. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see like a comeback team coming in the upcoming matches, like maybe even for Indonesia, because if we look at the current overall standings of Indonesia, they're at number 11. So with the names that again we are so familiar with, I'm sure there's a level of expectation from the fans that they would perform as well. So I would say that they could potentially be one of those teams who can make a comeback later.
Oh, that is for sure. But I mean, everyone, I feel like, still at that stage where they can, if they have a big game, it would really catapult them, at the top of the ranks here. But if they're not gonna really invest a lot on farming those elimination points that they need. I don't think they're going to be lasting long in this competition again. Only 12 matches here, ladies and gents. So, like, if you want to really go for the top and remain competitive, I think every match you should not go out empty-handed.
Yeah, as long as you gain something, right? Even though if it's that one round that maybe you aren't feeling yourself, and you don't really do well in terms of placements, at least you get like 5 points or 6 points, and then you'll be like, okay, let's just refocus on the next map. So that's still okay, rather than going out with a 0 and it becomes a waste of a round, right? So that's the bare minimum if you're asking a team will need to focus on. Even if they're not feeling themselves, it's just get like 5 points, and that's okay. And then you refocus back on the next map. Or maybe it's just that, you know what? We ain't feeling this map. Maybe Erangel ain't our map. Maybe it's Miramar that we can really claw back all those points. So as long as, again, the same theory applies. You ain't feeling Erangel, you get like 5 points, 6 points, that's okay. But when it comes to Miramar, which will be our last 2 games today, bam, bring in those chicken dinners, bring in those eliminations, and then you'll be all right.
Exactly. I mean, with this kind of map sequencer, Cloud, those 3 Erangels will definitely help you climb up ranks. I mean, 3 Erangels, it means that you could replicate whatever that you did, from inside that map, or like if it didn't work out for you, I think you could pretty much, very easily change whatever it is not working inside that game. But anyway, okay, we are now down to the last Erangel for this evening, and it's going to be the barren desert of Miramar. So this is a very different flight path from the previous one. It's a little bit up top, so we got plenty of space to go around down south. But then again, we don't exactly know where the initial circle will land, so we'll just have to wait and see. But perhaps, the Pubg gods can grant our wish of having another military base finished. But as for those teams, they've already opened up their chutes, and now most of them are headed, perhaps Pachinki, Farm, School, Milta. I'm just wondering if there will be other teams that would go for a drop clash.
Ooh, that's what we want to see, right? We kind of saw that in Farm in the first Erangel, but maybe because of the flight path, we might not see that this time. We did kind of see in Severny, in Yasnaya, but looking over at Severny, looks like nobody's really interested in that area. But my eyes are towards South Jogopo. But Red Queen! You know what in Malaysia we call? We call this salty mouth. It means that when you say something, it happens.
I got me some salty mouth. And of course, this will be difficult, for those teams since, this is a hard one. We did say that we want the circle to really focus on military base, and that's exactly what we got. But anyway, this is an early engagement coming from Japan right now, challenging up Hong Kong, China. So let's see who's going to be winning the fight here. It's a full force coming from the side of Japan, and it's an instant trade-off. We've got one of them currently knocked down on the ground here, so it's a 3v4 situation. But hey, from the side of Japan, we got 2 of them knocked down on the ground as well. And there goes another nade, and Hayato surprisingly survived that one.
What? I couldn't believe that they actually survived that one. What sort of shields did they have? Oh man, I want to get myself that kind of shield, but now Hayato tries to fight back. Unfortunately, he's just too low. Immediately goes back down to the hands-on monkey. But Japan, they fight back still. Hong Kong, China don't want to let this spot go. Rinto will go down as well. And looks like Japan, one last player left on the other side. Make that 2. Ruby Q came in from the other room. And they won the fight against Hong Kong, China.
They want to fight, okay, but it was a close call. Man, that was a close call for Japan, but it was absolutely, a great performance still. And now we're jumping into another game that is happening. We got Sri Lanka. Oh no, 2 of them are currently facing the floor at the moment, so I believe there's a need for them to pick up their teammate. I mean, this is Vietnam we're talking about, and they're ready to charge. But let's see if they're going to be winning the fight. I mean, that was such a great nade. Taking down completely a player from Sri Lanka, and we've got another one coming for them, but I think this time it missed. But Sri Lanka not looking too good at the moment here, since we're only looking at Dealer 31 to be the last surviving member.
I'm loving the nade so far in this round. But wait a
Oh.
second. Oh man, come on. That was supposed to be a 1v1 mano a mano.
Why you gotta do us like that? But anyway, that was an easy 4 points in the bag here for Vietnam. I mean, it was a little bit of a struggle, but they actually emerged victorious from that fight. So great execution right there. And we got Nepal and Bhutan trying to blast each other off in another part of town here. I'm just waiting to see if we could probably witness that exchange. But I did see from the kill feed that there is one from Myanmar that got knocked down, or maybe not, but we'll just have to maybe see that later.
Yeah, or maybe he has stopped. Oh, it could be a long range one, or maybe they just found like 2 players in any. Oh, we're gonna see it right now, Red Queen. You asked for it, you got it. And looks like the chase is happening now. And Nepal, they're on a rampage. They just got Rage Bull and one more player, Cesar, on his way to safety. Hopefully he's able to get away. But looking at the minimap, it seems like Nepal, they're trying to chase him down.
Yeah, I mean, Caesar is the only surviving member here from Bhutan. They got ambushed, and well, Caesar needs to focus on longevity over here. I mean, we're talking about just stage 1, and you completely lost all of your teammates. So it's absolutely, I guess, should be the mission is to focus on getting to the latter stages of the match here. So at least you can get some points from placement. But we're looking at 13 teams here. And again, we already have 2 teams that got taken out. That would be Hong Kong, China, and Sri Lanka. We got Malaysia back on the screen here. We got K-Look, of course, trying to step away. They're on prone here, just monitoring the situation. I think there is a team passing by. That would be Brunei.
Ooh, and yes, they will pass by against Team Malaysia. But they have no idea? Or maybe they do. But it looks like they don't. Okay, but now, shots fired by Team Malaysia. That will alert Team Brunei Darussalam. Ryan takes damage. While Team Brunei, they're still circling around. Okay, now Demo with the snake cooking up. Right in front of him is going to be Ryan. Can he land it directly onto the Child Prodigy? Yes, he will. Ryan down to 10% of health. He needs the time and space to heal now.
Timo with an angry spray, wasn't able to connect. Okay, I think both of the teams are being very, very cautious, not making any rush decisions. We got Bhutan getting eliminated. Okay, look, what a dodge there. That was almost a road rage. Unfortunately, he got a little bit exposed, and yeah, he got taken down almost instantaneously. Now Ryan with a massive counter and was able to take down another player from the opposition, and now he needs to recuperate in this situation. It's a good thing that he has a backup right behind him who's making sure that the enemy will be at bay, and Malaysia seems to be winning the fight here, Sir Cloud.
Ooh, and looks like they're making this comeback right now. Without Adik, look, they'll fight back against Team Brunei. Team Brunei wrong is pretty low, but he managed to heal up just in time, and now Ryan from afar sprays down onto Starboy. Starboy will be gunned down by Ryan. With that one last bullet, he managed to make it happen.
Oh man, Starboy just got face planted on the ground there. And we're looking at Ryan. Of course, the fight is not over just yet. Both of the players here are suffering some major damage, from all those bullets, from all those attacks. But Brunei, of course, is not going down without a heavy fight here. They're going to make sure that they give a huge challenge onto the boys of Malaysia over here. But we got Yami trying to get close to the fight here. Wrong, just behind that boulder, of course, waiting if there will be someone, from Malaysia that would be courageous enough to try and get close to him. But let's see what's going to happen as Wrong prepares himself for a fight.
Oh, Wrong all alone. Unfortunately, there's nothing much you can do about that situation. His other teammate survives to tell the tale another day though. But with only one player left for Team Brunei, the best that he could do right now is to play for placement points.
Yeah, you gotta focus on just making sure that you get to the last stages of this round. At least, even if you cannot really get those elimination points, at least you'd had something before you get taken back to the lobby. I mean, that is should be part of the objective over here. But anyway, okay, stage 2 is about to get done and dusted. We'll just have to wait for 45 more seconds before we do just that. And I was looking at the map feed over to the right side, and Nepal seems to be doing a little bit of a bridge camping. I mean, there are probably 3 teams more that will be headed towards that direction. So that's an opportunity for Nepal to score a lot of them. But let's see if they can actually pull that off. And the other side of the bridge here, Pakistan is still there, but they already need to move since it's not already part of the zone.
And we also have a good amount of teams actually still traveling from the north coming in. Oh, Zeta. You saw the final player of a team Brunei Darussalam, and Team Brunei Darussalam unfortunately have been eliminated at number 12. So no placement points for them. But still not empty-handed. They managed to get 1 elimination point out of Team Malaysia earlier on. So I guess right now it's for them to recuperate for the next round.
Mm-hmm. Reset. Okay. I mean, we've seen maybe a couple of clashes that just happened, but teams right now, since it's too early, since it's just stage 2 here, so perhaps we will see them fight later on. I mean, it's still a big space here. It's a big circle. I think, most of the teams are focusing on maybe trying to find a specific location where they could get a lot of advantage. It's a tricky one since, like, we've got at least 20-30% water included in the zone, so we got a portion of the main peninsula included and majority of the south base. So this is going to be hard. We don't really have that much compound to work with.
But the team that needs to travel without much compound to work with is Team Vietnam. And they seem to be heading towards the right side bridge. And last we checked, the right side bridge, the gatekeeper is Team Thailand. But the difference between them doing the gatekeeping this round as compared to the round before is that they played on the island instead on the main peninsula, which is a way better strategy if you ask me. But on Novo, a bit of an update here. Say hello to Team Bangladesh.
Yeah, you're right, Circle. I think, that is still the game plan for Thailand. I mean, Nepal is over to the other side in the main peninsula. They could potentially have a fight there. I mean, with at least 3 teams. But if Nepix will survive, then they will have to deal with Thailand. But that is, of course, if Bangladesh will not decide to backstab Thailand, considering their position in Novo. So that's probably can happen. But as for Myanmar, they're already in the middle here. I can say that this is a power position because, well, they already know from which direction their enemies will be coming from.
Yeah, totally agree. Myanmar, they do have the power position, the high ground around the area, so they can see rotating teams around them. But they might be challenged by Team Indonesia from the south. But we're going to focus on to Team Nepal here on screen. And Team Nepal, they're still on the main peninsula. And their objective right now is to try to stop Team Vietnam and also Team Timor-leste from coming in. But inside of Novo, Team Bangladesh, they took out a member of Team Thailand. So it looks like that plan of playing passively is not working out for Team Thailand.
Japan just shut down another player from the game. And that was Emperor. Confirmation, Kenji with a kill. 11 teams still for stage number 3 here. And again, this is a hard circle, to be honest. And now, since the circle shifted a little bit towards down south once more, those teams coming from the main peninsula will then have to collide with one another. They have to deal with one another, and who will survive the clash? That is what we are about to find out.
But not sure if Japan can actually survive this clash against Team Chinese Taipei. I mean, the blue is also putting pressure onto them. They don't have space to work with. So I don't know how they're going to survive that one. But Champagne just got taken out by Tuan. And that's the right side bridge fight that's happening right now. Boiti gets gunned down as well. A bit of a trade between Timor-leste as well as Vietnam happening right now. And it looks like Timor-leste just got eliminated.
Hmm. Oh man. Timor-leste obviously having a difficult time here to pick up the pace. Hopefully they can still do a comeback, in the remaining matches for tonight. However, Japan is also in an altercation. Same thing goes for Nepal. And now Rex currently knocked down on the ground here. What is Nepal going to do in this situation? Vietnam cooking up an aid here, just really waiting for that opportunity to throw it up against Nepal. Rex is still knocked down on the ground, but Precious is here, probably to save his teammate. But no, I think they're still trying to flush out this last surviving member from Vietnam.
Yeah, it's going to be N on the second floor, but his teammate's actually on the other side. And let's see if they can actually do something about this one. Claw gets N. N on the second floor will be eliminated. The other members of Team Vietnam is on the other building. 2 players from Team Nepal currently down. The snake by Claw. It could be a big one though. Let's see if he can actually do it. But looks like he decided to go down onto the ground floor. But now here comes another nade being cooked up by Precious. Nade number 1 in. Nade number 2 launched. But none of them connected.
Yeah, none of that connected at all. Boy, team, man. Hopefully, he gets the job done for Vietnam. But okay, here comes the attack now. Here comes the dance of Precious with a charge. And there you go. The nail in the coffin there with an M416. Nepal took the win.
And that's Team Vietnam eliminated at number 10. And Team Nepal, they survive. But can we say the same for Team Chinese Taipei right now? Only one player left. It's going to be CCC. And look at the damage onto him. He only has this one bandage left. He's not going to make it for sure.
No. Yeah, somebody call the doctor. CCC will not be making it out alive. And there you go. I think he will be denying the point. And there you go. The Blue Ripper himself collected that soul. 8 teams remaining, ladies and gents, stage 4. And now we're looking at where the teams are currently situated. Myanmar is just waiting there, for any team that would dare challenge them up for that spot. Indonesia is trying to get close, though, probably trying to take some information and how they're going to engage into battle. Thailand is taking their time. Nepal is taking their time as well. So perhaps we will see a little bit of a cleanup happen right outside the zone between Thailand and Nepal. Just considering that, 2 teams need to step into the zone, but before they could even do that, maybe we will see a fight happen between these 2 countries.
That's a possibility right now, right? Interesting enough that Team Thailand, they're still not moving away from their regular spots. They still want to be the gatekeeper, even though they don't have the circle. But to be fair to them, the circle is just next to them so they can easily move in. But they decided to wait. So they could have a chance against Team Nepal, but Precious, he took a different route by the sea.
Ooh.
And he was surprised by the tan from the side. They totally didn't expect that.
Great off-angle takedown, I can say, coming from Nepal. That was absolute cinema for me. But I think, Thailand got caught off guard, I can say, with that play. So they're now paying for it. I mean, obviously they're a little bit disoriented because of what happened here. But again, you just have to give kudos to that shot coming from Precious.
Precious. Can't do it any better than the original actor, of course. But Thailand doing slightly better than before this time. Though they don't have Spider Tan, they won't have the space to pick him up. The point will go to Team Nepal. Now they have 2 players that will need to play the rest of the round. 8 teams left, ladies and gentlemen. And from now on, teams are starting to collect placement points. But I would say if we were to revisit which team has the power spot, it's still Team Myanmar. The circle still favors them well.
Ken G. I just saw him actually deciding to get a little swim from Japan. I think he is the last member from Japan. Okay, so maybe yeah. I mean, he's probably collecting some placement points over here. But in the meantime, it's a truce for stage number 4. Nobody wants to make any hard push just yet. Everyone's taking their sweet time here. There's no pressure at all to try to get closer to one another. So we'll probably wait until the circle shrinks before we could even experience a fight happen. But as for Myanmar, we are seeing a little bit of a trade between Indonesia, Myanmar, and maybe even Nepal. So it's a 3-way battle. And since the circle had already shifted and went a little bit to the middle, maybe we can see some fights happen at the edge of the circle up north.
Well, we're seeing Kenji, the final player of Team Japan, getting precious. Although he is the only one player left, but he's still able to bring in one extra point before Shamil, the big boy, takes him out. And Team Japan have been eliminated at number 8, but still they're able to bring in 8 elimination points, which is pretty nice.
Yeah, 8 is a solid number. No doubt. I mean, it's hard to even like score one elimination point from any of the matches here, considering the caliber of teams that we have in this competition. So I guess having 8 points in the bag here before you get taken out is it's a great thing. 7 teams remaining, ladies and gents. Indonesia versus Nepal might be the next battle we can see happen for stage 5. But I guess both of the teams are still trying to pick up some notes, trying to still pick up some information as to where exactly they need to point their guns.
Well, I'm sure they will get that information soon once the trigger has been pulled. You can see that 3 teams around the same area. We have Team Thailand, Team Nepal, and Team Indonesia. While Domain scopes down, he sees one player on the other side. But at the same time, he has to move because of the blue. He's not really in the circle yet, but in order for them to get in, they have to fight against Team Indonesia. But before that, Nikki sees one. Nikki has to be extra careful. Down to 40% of health. He needs that space to heal.
Here we go. Oh man, I mean, Nepal is trying to get closer and closer and closer, but that was such a brutal shot coming from Nikki, putting down Rex, and now he's coming after Domain. Domain, just at the nick of time, was able to hide. And that was a serious road rage that happened.
Wow, that's an absolute strike there. I'll bring him to team up with me in a bowling match next. Beautifully executed. And now it's going to be Nikki, the final player of Team Thailand. And he has to find a way through. This nade being lobbed across. Team Nepal now in trouble because Team Indonesia is starting to make the move on the other side as well.
Oh man, and this is the kind of action that we want to see all the time, and now we are looking at it. We got Thailand still doing their best to survive in this situation. Bangladesh might join into the mix as well, so this is gonna get crazy, ladies and gents. So please do not change the channel or you're gonna miss everything. Unfortunately for 30, that is again, or Shirley, confirmation coming through, who's already out of the game here, which brings us down to Nikki as the last player representing up Thailand. And backing away from this situation, I think it's a good call because Indonesia right now taking a lot of damage from another team.
Oh, and that's from Team Myanmar. Smile from the side, putting in the pain with the DBS gameplay. And now Team Indonesia only has Constant left, the final player. And Team Myanmar, they've been staying quiet for the longest time. This is the right moment for them to bring in the points for themselves. And with that nade launch across, Romeo almost got it. Second nade. This one should do it if it lands well, but a little bit too short. But still able to get Concept back on the ground.
Where art thou, Romeo? Romeo, man, with a killer nade right there, getting some points done. Absolutely great for Myanmar at the moment. I mean, that's already 3 points in the bag. And again, they have another chance here to score a chicken dinner. So we'll just have to wait and see. We're already at stage 6 looking at the final 5 teams over here. Team Pakistan is still alive, but haven't bagged any points just yet. But there's still that great opportunity to do just that. It just all boils down to how great the execution will be from the remaining teams that we have for stage number 6.
Oh, the circle shifted again. On the right side, those teams, they need to move in. Nikki, the final player of Team Thailand, have been eliminated by Hitman. Team Bangladesh claims elimination number 3. And Team Pakistan from the southern side, it's their turn to come into the circle. But lucky for them, they will be unchallenged as most of the teams pretty busy on the right side.
Okay, Team Pakistan. And this is how, of course, you try to analyze the situation. I mean, obviously, they're just monitoring what is happening from down below here and probably already thinking, okay, how or like what is the best way to approach this situation? And as for Team Pakistan, the opportunity is now. IQQ did not waste this opening shot up against Malaysia. He was able to shut down one player, but how can you actually translate that into a full-blown elimination point?
Yeah, it's going to be hard, right? Because Team Malaysia, they have a compound, so they have enough protection. So they're not able to convert that into an elimination. So they have to try again later on. But looks like IQ, if I look at the minimap, he's actually heading towards Team Malaysia. He really wants to lock in the point, but by now, Team Malaysia would have reset themselves back as a duo.
Okay, here we go. Another quiet time for the final 4 teams. I'm looking at everyone, and Myanmar and Team Pakistan seems to be the only teams here that still has a complete squad. So I guess the advantage is, of course, to them. But let's see what Malaysia is gonna do in this situation, since they are at the top spot. They probably have some momentum going on for them. But then again, you know, Myanmar and Pakistan, it will be easy for them to turn the tables up against Malaysia, since they do have the numbers. So a lot of ways that this exchange could end, this trades could end. But who's going to go for that zone control? Based on the position here, Circle, I feel like Myanmar still has the best chance here to dominate.
Yeah, either that or maybe Team Pakistan, I would say. Just look at that 2-2 split. That means they're ready for if the zone shifts towards the left or the right. So they're prepared to move fast from there. But for the other teams, well, they're more clumped up with each other. But I do like the positioning of Team Myanmar as well. They're well spread out on the northern side. They're taking as much space as possible that they can. But now it will be all dictated by where the circle will go, and it still favors Team Myanmar.
Oh man, this is gonna get tricky. But you're absolutely right, Sir Cloud. Myanmar and Pakistan right now is doing everything that they could to score that chicken dinner. So the intention is there. You just know that they want to reign supreme for this round. And that 2-2 split is really working out for Team Pakistan. I mean, you just know that they're not going to go passive on this one. They're going to go aggressive with that firepower. Based on the strategy right now, it only takes 2 players from Team Pakistan to handle a business here.
Oh, and T24 starting it off, getting 693 down on the ground, eliminating him immediately. And now Noki needs to be extra careful. A headshot onto him, shredding himself down to 50%. The time is on their side. The blue is starting to close right now. Team Malaysia will be pressured. Ryan gets Murnat, but still they need to step out the compound. They need to step out in the open. The moment they do that, IQ is ready for it.
Yeah, he was ready from way before. I mean, he's not letting his side out, you know, up against this remaining players from Malaysia, and he's just waiting for Yami over here to step out of that house, and he will make it rain a lot of bullets, and there you go. But oh, we did expect that it was Noki from Team Pakistan just gonna get the point, but no, it was Myanmar.
Stolen away, it seems. Team Malaysia eliminated at number 4. Now we're in our top 3 teams. And we are starting to see Bangladesh making a move as well. They only have 2 active players as of now. Only 90 Degree and Hitman here. They're trying to take point in the middle of the circle. Now they need to lock it in. But the challenge is going to be big. Here comes Team Pakistan with T24. Take it out, Hitman.
Oh, what is Bangladesh going to do in this situation? I mean, obviously, they are the team that is in between Pakistan and Myanmar. Now, T24, I feel like, is going to go for an engagement over here. Was able to bag a point. And now, Bangladesh, of course, it's not really looking good. But if Degree puts down T24 from this angle, well, no, forget I said anything. Falak just made sure that, hey, we are going to be the ones to get the chicken dinner for this round. But that is, of course, if they can defeat the boys of Myanmar. IQQ, however, exits the game.
And started off with Smile, knocking him down, followed by the nade. And now they are down to only 3 players. And it's going to be Team Myanmar now, still with the full squad. And now they are marching in onto the high ground. Noki will need to defend his ground against Cloud. But on the right side, Murnat is cooking up his nade. Noki has to escape, but before that, he managed to get a knockdown to Cloud.
All right, here we go. Noki, I think he was able to at least get past that vehicle. I think he was safe. And now Myanmar needs to pick up Cloud in this situation, but I don't think they're going to be having any time because of this exchange. We are looking at Team Pakistan making sure they apply a lot of pressure onto the side of Myanmar, but Smile continues to dodge those attacks. But Murnat with a massive spray, it did connect, but it did not put that player down. Unfortunately, Cloud took that hit, and now Team Pakistan might be the one winning this match.
Smile comes in with a double knockdown onto Team Pakistan. But T24 fires back though. Now it's only T24 against Team Myanmar. 1v2. Romeo comes in from the side. And 2 chicken dinners for day number 1 for Team Myanmar.
Man, this is making a statement over here, flexing their muscles, banging their chests like King Kongs. Myanmar absolutely beautifully dominated this match, and man, what will it take to stop Myanmar at this point?
I mean, they feel the champions, so yeah, I mean, it's definitely a great performance, right? While we check out the final blow, what I love about the fight here between these two teams, especially the execution by Team Myanmar, is that they were on the lower ground. So geographically, they don't have the advantage. But look at Smile. He gets into the smoke, heals up, shows up with a DBS, gets a double knockdown. That double knockdown by Smile was so important for Myanmar to lock in the chicken dinner.
Yeah, that paved the way for them to actually win the fight, because if we were really paying close attention to the trade-off, I mean, Team Pakistan already had that slight advantage up against Myanmar. Again, just like what you mentioned, Sir Cobb, they are the team that came from below. Pakistan had that high ground advantage, so to speak, and also, you know, with the kind of tempo Team Pakistan was able to set with that trade-off. I mean, obviously they were winning the fight, but until Smile actually stood out, run towards Falakanoki, and he was able to take them down at the same time. So it was, I think, yeah, that was really the that paved the way for them to win the fight.
And look at the stats here, right? So Romeo with 3 eliminations, Mernat with none, but of course he contributed in different ways through damage, that is. And Saycloud with none as well, but again, different kind of contribution. But Smile, absolute MVP for me. 5 eliminations. And sometimes people wonder, right? Like, oh, why are you such a big fan of Smile? There you go.
That was an essential takedown coming from Smile. I think if it wasn't for that takedown, I think Myanmar would have lost that fight to Team Pakistan, if I'm going to be honest. But since Smile was able to pull that off, that double takedown, yeah, that was, again, just wonderful to watch. But anyway, we're looking at the stats. Once again, ladies and gents, throwables used, okay, at least it went up just a little. 114 here, 58 total knockouts. Total of elimination is 55. Total revive is 16. But the number of airdrops that got looted from this match is a total of 3. So I guess it was there was a lot of chance for teams to level up their gears.
And just like how Vietnam has leveled up as well. 8 eliminations this time. Same as compared to the team that scored the chicken dinner, that is Myanmar. But when it comes to damage output, even Vietnam, slightly more than Myanmar. So it just tells me that they did a little bit more work. But of course, because Myanmar, they scored the chicken dinner, they lasted longer. So naturally, like, they would see more action. So the amount of assists do favor Myanmar. But at the end of the day, it's about the eliminations that is brought in. And because of the double chicken dinner, welcome Myanmar to the number 1.
I think we already called it out, Sir Cloud. You know, the moment that we said that, hey, this is a power position over here from Myanmar, they were already in the middle of the map, and you know, they already know from like which direction you know, the enemies will be coming from. So they've already anticipated. They were already was able to come up with the plan of how things are gonna get handled in those last few zones that we've experienced. And again, it was a beautiful execution, I can say, from Myanmar. At least 2 teams, Pakistan and Myanmar, ended the match here with a double-digit finish. And I can see maybe there's a team that exited the game without anything at all. So we'll just have to wait for that second page.
Yeah, I guess there will be some as well. And plus, it is a brutal circle, like how you asked for, right, Queen? But looks like the teams that unfortunately not able to get anything is Timor-leste, Bhutan, Sri Lanka, and Hong Kong, China. So somebody needs to go back to the drawing board.
Yeah. But we're gonna have to wait to check, of course, the overall rankings, and we're gonna be looking at those teams that we want to see kind of pop off. Again, 12 matches. It's such a short leash over here. And now we're looking at the overall rankings. Again, Myanmar at the top here with a total of 58, followed by Malaysia, and then we got a Bangladesh. So after this round, Sir Cloud, Myanmar already took the top spot from Malaysia. So they are now currently the kings of the qualifiers.
Yep, but of course we still have games more to go. And Pakistan, they see that opportunity because of a good round as well from Pakistan. They move up to a 4th spot here. No chicken dinner yet, but because their points are close enough with the podium spot, if they're able to score the chicken dinner easily, they will go up to the podium spot. But same goes for Hong Kong, China as well. They're able to keep up the pace with 29 points. Nepal is not that far too with 26 points. So it's still tight competition up there, if you ask me. And with the amount of games still in hand, things might just change. But now flipping on to page number 2. So,
What?
Timor-leste only 1 point. Man, to my buddy Keku, who is probably watching this from Timor-leste, do something, man. Yeah,
Yeah.
there you go. Message
Do
sent.
something. But you know what? I'm also kind of glad that I think I can say Bangladesh is doing absolutely great. I mean, they're able to maintain the pace. They're able to keep the energy. They're scoring a lot of points. The consistency is there, and it's been a long time coming. I can say, for the side of Bangladesh, and since they are at the 3rd place again, that the only thing that would be tested, I guess, for Team Bangladesh is their consistency.
Yes, consistency is going to be key. And of course, there's no smash rule. So it's all about consistently collecting those points to be in the spot that they want to be in. But ladies and gentlemen, we're actually done with the Erangel matches. After this, when we come back from the break, it is going to be Miramar. So stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you guys after this break.
Hey guys, there is nothing lackluster based on the performances of this team, so I'm still waiting for those teams at the bottom to do something about this, tweak their strategy, and turn the aggression on full force to go for those points in the bag. But anyway, welcome back to the IESF World Esports Championship. Again, this is the Asia and Oceania qualifiers with me, Red Queen, and Torix this time.
Thank you so much, Queen, for the wonderful welcome. And yes, 4 matches are done. Erangel phase is done and dusted. Now, from this point onward, it is the time for that deadliest matches of them all. The Miramars are yet to come. Last Erangel, it was beautiful. It was great, amazingly done by the teams. But now, as we're changing the pace, as the teams are changing the pace from match to match, the very biggest map of them all, it's about to happen. The Miramar is on its way, and this Miramar is definitely going to bring some destruction, some stalemate plays at early stages, and maybe someone getting panicked just to find a car.
And since we had the 3 Erangels for this evening, Myanmar, I feel like they've already utilized and maximized their map to their advantage because they were able to snatch the throne, from Team Malaysia. Yes. So since we are having a switch when it comes to the maps over here, again, it's going to be a different terrain. It's going to involve a different strategy. So perhaps we will see a reshuffle happen again when it comes to the overall rankings. But of course, the only thing that is sure for tonight for this last 2 remaining matches here, Taurus, is the action that we're gonna see coming from this teams. We all saw how much heat this team's actually packed for this tournament. Myanmar is totally unstoppable for now, but since we are dropping in Miramar, maybe we could see another change of pace.
That's absolutely true. Changing pace will definitely bring some new strategies, maybe revise some old strategies as well, but at the same time, Queen, it's all about the momentum that the teams have generated throughout these 4 games that they have played today. This is the Asia B that they are playing their first day whatsoever, and let me tell you, I am not disappointed with them for these matches that they have played. But ladies and gentlemen, we're not going to take too much of your time and going to take you straight into our second last match of the day. That is the Miramar. That is right now going from near the southern side, from Los Leones area, all the way up to the northwestern corner.
And since this is day number 1 for Asia B, we don't exactly know which teams are going to go for the drop clashes or which teams are going to focus on being passive, for the first few zones. But since we already have our flight path over here, who's going to take space in Los Leones? Who's going to take space in Picado, Montonuevo, San Martin, and even Hacienda del Patron? But for now, we can see shoots getting opened by the teams here. We got Bangladesh together with Sri Lanka headed towards maybe Los Leones. So you just know that this is one of the biggest areas that we have in the map, and so we could probably fit 2-3 squads here without even having an altercation, but that could be, of course, a different story for those 3 teams that are headed towards Los Leones. So maybe, just maybe, they could focus on getting the weapons and charge to go for those elimination points that they need. Again, we only have 12 matches, for each of the groups here, so time is of the essence.
Time is running by. Time is definitely running by. The more the more you play bad into your games, the less chances it is for you to qualify, because only the top 3 will be going forward, and that top 3, staying into that top 3 is going to be definitely a very big hassle. Picado has already been contested by 3 different teams. We did not see anything of the sort in yesterday's matches, Queen. Today is a very, very great day, let me tell you, on all of this engagement. So far, talking about the highest ranking a player, in fact, a team, that is Myanmar with 58 points, and then the least one is the TLS, Timor-leste, with just the 1 point whatsoever. But we have that first casualty, ladies and gentlemen. Thailand is going to get that first casualty in all of this situation. Moving forward, slowly, steadily, team BRU is going to lose another one of their players, so that's definitely off the hook. So you got to do something at this point in time on the other side. Hong Kong, China, this team has been staying consistent, staying into the top 5, but you have to be into the top 3 by the end of your second day to be actually to move further into the next phases. That is the finals of all of this situation. Be very careful, be very, very on what you're doing, what kind of moves that you're they have in store at this point in time. So far, they've been doing good. They've been doing decent with 16 points, but this is the time. This is the moment where everything from this point onward is going to be tested to them.
Yep, it's a 4v2 situation, so obviously Brunei's already at a deficit over here. Maybe they could turn the tides up against Thailand here, but they gotta pick their moments, their angles as well. I mean, this probably is a dynamic duo for the team here, but it could take a miracle for them to actually survive that clash. I mean, especially if you don't have the numbers. And now looking at the situation here in Pecado, this is a Mexican standoff happening at the moment. I mean, it's a three-way battle that could happen. But nobody's making their first move just yet. Nobody's doing an open fire. Picking up their timing, which is, of course, one of the few considerations that you should have when playing this game. So let's see who's going to be making the first mistake. But this is Hong Kong, China. This is Timor-leste and Team Pakistan. And so far, Team Pakistan probably the only team here that's a little bit scattered around Pecado.
They are. They're kind of scattered, but this is not going to stop anybody else from engaging on all of these aggressions or these chances of aggressions at this point in time. We're waiting for the first initial frag to be generated in all of this fight, in the three-way deadlock fight. We're not talking about the fight that is against the team BRU and the team Thailand. No, we're talking about this fight at Picado, where everybody is waiting for that first initial frag, first initial knockdown to like really initialize all of those other fights. Falak is receiving a lot of damage on his side by CEST and XG. He could not get that knockout done, but his location is kind of compromised. Yeah, the player might be thinking that he's in the compound, but he's actually not. He's on the very rooftop of that compound, looking at the player right in his eyes, behind the cover. He is. The 3x QBZ is not going to make its way. It's not going to be enough to get the player knocked out, so you have to change your location. You have to change your destination from one direction to the other one. Take that fragment once again. Try to shoot down the players, because the moment you're going to do it, the moment anybody's going to generate any knockdowns, that's where the rush is going to occur.
You know, Hong Kong, China, that was a little bit premature, I guess, with the open fire. And yeah, I think what happened was him just announcing where he is exactly. But coming from the kill feed, I think he was able to do it this time. Falak currently knocked down on the ground here, but considering the distance that they have, you know, translating that one into an elimination point, it could be could take a little while. So, you know, for Team Pakistan, there's absolutely time for them to pick up their teammate. So I think they're just going to be fine. And just like that, you know, IQQ served a little bit of revenge up against Hong Kong, China, was able to take down the play. Oh, my bad. Okay, that was a player from, yeah, another team over here. So that would be Timor-leste. But then again, considering the amount of distance between these three teams, I guess all they could do is just probably inflict damage here and there. But there's not going to be a hard push just yet.
I mean, hard pushes are not definitely going to come this early on into the Miramar phases unless you really need them. Then at that point, the situation is completely different. But the circle is going to go toward the western angle, ladies and gentlemen. The first stage is about to close down within like the 2 minutes and 30 seconds markers. This is the first circle. This is the first stage. Let me tell you on that. And almost like almost 5 teams are right now outside, but Naki gets knocked out. No way. Team Pakistan receiving that damage, and Naki gets eliminated. Falak is also really low on that HP. He is also bleeding out, so definitely that's 2 down of the Team Pakistan from this point onward. But Vietnam, AGR, and is on our screen so far with the M416, red dot, ready, lock and loaded. T24OP in the meanwhile gets eliminated, and Pakistan is down to the very last, just like Team BRU. But BRU, I have to give it to them. They knew when to disengage, and they disengaged at the point where they still had 2 players alive.
Not exactly sure what happened here. I mean, the first teams that I expected they're going to have the exchange would be Hong Kong, China, and of course Timor-leste, considering the proximity they have, you know, with each other. But you know, Team Pakistan was way at the back, you know, of Pecado. So I did not expect that the trade-off would happen between Hong Kong, China, and Team Pakistan, let alone, you know, Team Pakistan losing a couple of members. But anyway, we're jumping into Brunei. They're not over. The fight is not over just yet between them and Team Thailand. But considering their situation, of course, they will have to be very patient. They have to know when to pick that moment as to when they could go for that pre-fire. But let's see what's going to happen right now, because Vietnam is back on the screen here, and it's CCC again with a Scarlight all alone in the middle of a desert.
The sprays are coming, but Taipei receiving a lot of damage on their players, and CCC7 finally gets a knockdown. This is not looking good for the Chinese Taipei. At this point in time, I think you should disengage. You should definitely disengage from the fight, but on the other side, we have also Thailand ready to take that action, and that's exactly what they're doing, but Timo actually manages to take one player down. That's a knockdown, not a confirmation. So Thailand, they will definitely have to go and secure one player on the revive. The other one should have to go for the rush into the place. Spider, T4N. He's also into the close proximity, but can he get into the fight? Really face on as Nikki gets taken down. Spider, T4N, you have to do something, man. You have to go forward, and you have to push on the wrong at this point in time. Otherwise, he's definitely going to secure that elimination right from your face. Say Cloud taking also some players down, but we are seeing it's a 3 versus 1 situation. 3 versus 1 fight. Now, Wrong know that at this point in time, it's a 2 versus 1 that he has to actually pull off. So he's going to jump down. He's going to change the direction. Face-to-face fight with the UMP-45. Nice. He takes another one down. Third one on his face. 8 bullets remaining into the gun. And there we have it. The player jumped. The player shot. And it's all over in a single slide of an instance. Everything's over. Brunei Darussalam, they're done. They're gone. They're out of the match. But this does not mean that they cannot do anything good into the very next one. They showed that, yes, they are capable of doing a lot of good things, but Hong Kong, China, so far on our screen, they're also into the proximity, taking the fight outside of the blue, doing a lot of damage at the same time with the Molotov and receiving a damage from the play zone as well. DBS in the hand. Push, come on, we need a push, and that Molotov is firstly going to take the player down, and it's over. The player is done. The player is dusted. Wow. Timor-leste out of the game.
Yep, so 2 teams now taking the blue inside. Picado, Timor-Leste just got the boot out of Miramar for our for stage 2. And now Team Pakistan down to their last surviving member. Hong Kong, China, of course, has some sort of leverage since they have the number and they're hunting down IQQ in this situation. So Pakistan doesn't really have that much options to begin with. They don't have any vehicles to step away from this fight, and Hong Kong, China knows exactly that. And I'm not even sure if they're going to prioritize hunting down this last remaining player, or will they just, leave Picado and head on towards the safe zone, because you don't want to overextend your stay in the blue zone. It could be very dangerous for you and the rest of the team here. And looking at the situation, we got a lot of teams here flocking around south part area of the zone, so there could be a cleanup that can happen. I mean, Nepal would probably go up against Chinese Taipei, Vietnam, and even Malaysia over here. I mean, they're taking a spot down in El Pozo, and Myanmar also has the opportunity to gatekeep at least 4 teams here that will be headed towards that same direction. But in the middle, we can see players from Bhutan, Japan, and even Indonesia over here. So that's also a fight that can happen. So in the meantime, we're looking at Myanmar again at 2 points in the bag, and the only team that was able to score a chicken dinner for the night, or 2 chicken dinners for the night. So let's see if they can actually go for their third one. But coming off the kill feed, oh no, we've got a Myanmar serving, of course, some points here coming from that trade-off up against a team here, and there might be another team that might join into the mixer, and that would be the boys of Sri Lanka. But you know what? They're getting picked off one by Myanmar. We are just at stage 3 here, ladies and gents, but we only have 13 teams remaining over here, so let's see what's going to happen since most of the teams here are really gunning for that aggressive gameplay as they need to. In Myanmar, obviously, they have picked up the pace. during those 3 Erangels that we just had, but this is going to be a different terrain, so different strategy is definitely coming into play over here. But yeah, let's see if Myanmar can actually assume these points. I mean, all they need to do is just really apply a lot of pressure onto the boys of Sri Lanka over here, and it could be easy for them to score in this situation. Just look at that. They're picking them off one by one. Another team bites the dust here, and now we're looking at 12 teams remaining and 6 points for Myanmar.
Is the 12 teams that is surviving at this point in time, 39 players remaining. But at the same time, the one great thing is the moment like the fight initiated, it actually initiated like a chain of reaction. It was a back-to-back, back and forth. Those eliminations, they were coming in hot.
Bhutan, man, could not catch a break. I mean, obviously, with their status right now in the overall rankings, they're experiencing a little bit of struggle. But since this is day number 1, and we only have 2 remaining matches, they could probably, you know, just talk this over, maybe discuss what went wrong, you know, from each of the maps so far, and come back even stronger, you know, for their day number 2 here for the qualifiers. Just like what my co-caster mentioned a while ago, you know, we only have the top 3 teams that will secure a slot in the grand finals coming from each group. You know, we're back at looking at Chinese Taipei. They already have 2 casualties because of the engagement that they got involved in just moments ago. But we can hear still a lot of gunshots that can happen, and those fights are happening down south. Thailand is in big trouble right now, and Malaysia knows exactly that one. They're capitalizing on this one. They're challenging them up and making sure that they stay inside the blue zone. And there goes Shirley out of the game here from Thailand. Myanmar making a smooth move, you know, up against Hong Kong, China at the moment. They're hunting them down, and you just know that these boys are a little bit kill hungry in this competition.
Yeah, that they are. I totally agree. On this point. That they're completely going in with the kill elimination hungry. Myanmar is over here getting those elimination numbers. Beautifully done. It is like 7 elimination to this player name, but then we have Say Cloud getting those decent number of grenade and those Molotov eliminations for the team on the other side, outskirts of this safe zone region, where the region of the safe zone is still 230 meters away. From this particular location, there's 3 teams taking that aggressions upon each other. Nepal is also in the front lines of the TPE Taipei. So it's everywhere. The fight, the aggression, the engagement chances, it's actually every single where. No matter which direction you look, you will find 1 team or 2 teams close to each other's proximity.
Okay, Nepal right now just doing a little bit of gatekeeping here up against Emperor. Okay, Chinese Taipei. It's going to be hard for them to step out of that compound, that is for sure. And Nepal's just really waiting for them. You know, they're being very patient and just waiting for that right opportunity to collect those points. They know they already have it in the bag, but we already have 10 teams remaining here for stage 4. Myanmar having an altercation right now up against Japan. Oh, this could be an easy 3-way battle, and Japan is getting beaten down at the moment. Kenji got shut down by Say Cloud, and as a confirmation, Rayan was able to score that point. And just look at those nades, beautifully done by Myanmar, absolutely dictating just how strong they are in this competition.
They definitely are strong. That is absolutely true. Well said. But the fact is that this Miramar is going really on the aggressive side. Like within the 17 minutes marker, we have like 5 teams completely done, completely dusted from this match. Back to the lobby that they go. And might I tell you, this is the first day, second last match. You only have 1 more match after this to make sure that your team is actually residing within the top 10. or at least the top 5 whatsoever. So far, Malaysia on our screen, and they're kind of like on the second spot, but only 2 players remaining. This is not good because 65 to 53 points. The diversity, the difference between the points, like that is 12. And securing those 12 points in a single match, it's kind of a hassle. You have to like really pray that the top team first get eliminated early, they don't secure too much of a point, and then you start to secure too much points to like close up that gap slowly, steadily, or just take that aggression against them and just take them down. But on the other side, we have Nepal taking the fight. At the same time, Bangladesh is in a third-party scenario as they're coming in. They're making sure that even Japan, in the meanwhile, gets absolutely decimated from the back angle. Look at that. We are seeing a back-to-back fight. Vietnam versus Nepal is happening. We have like Japan in the meanwhile versus Bangladesh, and the fire, the sprays from a 6-9 actually made sure that the connection is there and the player gets absolutely eliminated.
Strong performance coming from Bangladesh. They did not let go of that situation. They had the opportunity to score some points, and they went for it, no doubt. 8 teams remaining, and again, just like that, Team Japan got eliminated with all of the massive attack that came from Bangladesh, making sure that they will not be surviving that round. And as for Emperor, I did expect, you know, for Chinese Taipei to get beaten down by Nepal, but no, it was Malaysia who took those points. But then again, current situation for Malaysia, we're down to just 2 players over here at stage 5, and it could be a little difficult for them to get the chicken dinner just because they don't have the numbers anymore. But then again, you know, we're not exactly discounting the fact or the probability that they could close this round with a chicken dinner. But of course, that would take a lot of effort to begin with. But anyway, Myanmar back on the screen here, 8 points in the bag. Unfortunately, Smile got sent back to the lobby this time.
He definitely did. He definitely did got sent back to the lobby this time around. But 23 players with 8 total teams. The mid phase, the mid region of this overall ranking, it's completely empty. Only I see a Nepal at this point in time. The bottom and the top are the only ones surviving. But Myanmar is also going to receive the damage. One of the players going to get taken down. But Myanmar is going to receive the damage on Murnet boy as well. So Murnet, be very careful on what you're going to do. But Fusker gets eliminated. Chinese Taipei is out of the match. We're down to top 7. Bhutan also down to the very last guy, and that is at this point Paytar. So Paytar, what are you doing at this point in time? The moment, the position that he has put himself into, he can get that revival on Rage Bull. Together with Rage Bull, in fact, with the 2 players remaining into the proximity, they can actually hope to like at least take some players down, but not all the players down. Because the moment anybody with a full squad or even a trio is going to come into the proximity, they're absolutely going to be like on the disadvantage of the manpower. They're not going to be able to like maybe secure some of the eliminations. Yeah, they can take 1, maybe 2, but the third one is actually going to like hurt them at the very least.
This game for Bangladesh is a big opportunity for them to overtake Malaysia and Myanmar in this situation, since they still are a complete squad over here, and it's not the same story for Myanmar and Malaysia. So this could be big, you know, for Bangladesh if they can keep their consistency and their pace from the previous rounds. Now they have the opportunity to prove just that. They could go up against Myanmar, but they need to make sure that they will be surviving the trade-off, you know, for against this top dog. I mean, there's also the exception, of course, of Bhutan also coming into play over here. So this could be easily like be a 3-way battle. But you know what? Malaysia, they could join the mix. And there you go. A shot done coming from Malaysia, taking down a player from Myanmar.
Those are some casualties coming around. Those are knocks, but ooh, Bangladesh Hitman is finally becoming the Hitman that he actually is. He's going to make sure that the player is down, absolutely decimated, but say Cloud says no less. He makes sure that the player that actually got the elimination of his player, he's going to take him down as well. It's a knockdown on both sides, but only one party is going to receive that confirmation as Bangladesh goes for the rescue, and they're easily going to be able to revive their player. Back to the 4-man that they go, and aside from that, there's only Nepal and Team INA. That's like a 4-man party. That's still like a full squad. anybody else. Like, just look at that. It's a duo. And in the middle of that, Hong Kong, China also has a trio in the midst of all of this situation. So not a lot of players are remaining into the game. With 7 teams, we have 21 players, ladies and gentlemen. Say Cloud is going to take down one more player. Beautiful shots coming around, and Bhutan almost losing all of their players. But now, the moment that they have stopped into the location that they have stopped into, there is a possibility that on the backside where we're seeing like different teams, like even Bangladesh, they can spot the player down, and that's exactly what they're going to do. The sprays are coming, the player's low, and he's going to be taken out. Bangladesh securing their 5th elimination into the proximity, but Bhutan, unfortunately for them, they're out of the match.
Hitman living up to his name here as being the hit guy from Bangladesh, scoring a point, getting the job done for stage 6 here, bagging them 5 points. And now we're looking at the situation. We got one of them knocked down on the ground here, courtesy of Indonesia. Now what Hitman is going to do in this situation? Are they going to go for that pickup, or are they going to close business with this team? Now, we are looking at stage 6 with 6 teams remaining as well. Judging by the distance, yes, it is still a bit far, but, you know, mid to long range fights already happening between this final teams remaining. 9 points in the bag for Myanmar, 8 for Hong Kong, China. So it's a tight competition.
It is a tight competition, and the thing that makes this competition tight, the major thing is the fact that the top 4s are still alive into the match. We have Hong Kong with 8 elimination this time around. We have in the meanwhile, Malaysia with 1 elimination, 9 for Myanmar. Myanmar, might I tell you, this team is down to the last 2 players, but the elimination numbers, they are not stopping. Bangladesh is also another team that is still alive as a 3-man squad and 5 eliminations. So in total, all of this situation has ramped up to those 10 elimination points for Myanmar. There we go. They got their 10th elimination, ladies and gentlemen. And with that 10th elimination now, the situation is going even more dire and dire for all the other teams to like secure that top placement for themselves. Bangladesh Hitman receiving a lot of damage. He's surviving. He's getting out of there. He needs to get out of there as soon as possible. But nope. I don't think he's going to be able to do that as a player gets eliminated. Myanmar reviving their own players as well as Romeo's here. Reviving Safe Cloud. Circle is about to take another shift. Stage number 7 is going to be formed up right now, and it's going to go towards the very centralized position of the previous circle. Now, from this point, the top 6, the situation, you can see on the mini-map, you can see, in fact, on the map that whatever this is, it's a very dangerous scenario. Anyone that even dares to, put a foot into the circle, they're instantly going to be shot down from all the different directions.
You know, it was a hard exchange between Bangladesh and Myanmar just a while ago, and now that resulted to Myanmar again, down to their last 2 members. Now, considering just how close Bangladesh and Indonesia are, you know, with each other, I'm surprised that they're not still, you know, going for that fight. But in the meantime, Myanmar would like to, of course, serve a little bit of vengeance against Bangladesh. But it is a little bit hard to pull off just because, again, of like a couple of things, like the distance and of course the firepower coming from Myanmar. It's not enough to go up against the full squad at the moment, but you know what, Nepal is having no problem at all, of course, obliterating the boys of Myanmar. And there you go, Ryan with the sneaky attack right there coming from Malaysia, was able to get the job done, was able to get that nail in the coffin there, eliminating Myanmar. And now we're looking at the final 5 teams remaining, with Malaysia having a total 14% of scoring that chicken dinner. But as for the rest of the team here, I think Nepal has the best chance of getting the job done. Same thing goes for another team, Indonesia.
I mean, yeah, that's true. That is true. But the fact is that until it's over, we cannot say anything at this point in time. This is how powerful the teams are. This is what kind of a destruction that these teams can actually bring up onto the table. So we can't say anything for sure until it's completely done, but here we go. Let's see. Airdrop has been looted by the Indonesia side near the trailer park. The grenades are coming into the smoke, but Malaysia, Ryan finally gonna be taken down. This is not looking good for the players whatsoever. But Bangladesh, they're gonna approach the situation, do maybe a third party from the backside, but I still want to see that fight against the team in Nepal at this point in time, against the other teams into the proximity that is constantly throwing those grenades, those mini red zones upon all the players. That Precious is super low, and that HP Claw making sure that his HP stays full, and he's also throwing those grenades against the other teams, trying to keep them at bay. But will any of them connect? The answer is somewhat of a yes, but the players are still alive. The thing is, the players are still alive, but not anymore, as Claw's grenade is finally going to take Razak down. There is a retaliation grenade coming from Zetas that's going to take down Rex, but the grenade making a confirmation. Now, Rex, you have to come back as soon as possible. You have to come back, get that revival done on you, so you can have the upper advantage against the other team, against the other players at this point in time. Nepal, be very careful on what you're doing, because Team INA, Indonesia, they're definitely coming up. They're coming in hot with those elimination numbers. They will try to do that. One Donkey's Zeta finally getting taken down. Domain is here, taking that DBS once again on the face of the player. It's over. The players are done. They are dusted. Indonesia out of the match, and we're down to the top 3.
Man, that was such a show coming from Nepal. Oh, that was a great exchange, great performance, great execution. 9 points in the bag there. So I guess they have now picked up their momentum, which is absolutely great, not just for the cast, but for the fans as well. Definitely, I just know the fans are cheering down there in the comment section. But anyway, we're looking at the final 3 teams remaining. Bangladesh is still in the mix here. And again, we did talk about the consistency coming from Bangladesh. And right now they are displaying their skills, showcasing their talent when it comes to playing PUBG. And now they're currently at number 3 here for this round. Stage 9, ladies and gents, and eventually we will be running out of space here to play on, so teams will not have any choice but to actually collide up against each other.
They do. This is the top 3, and this top 3 is going to be super deadly, as Bangladesh is going to lose one of their players. That's a knockdown. There's no hope of getting that revival upon on the player. At the very least, Claw is ready to take that action, and he's getting into the car with the rest of his team members. 6-9 getting finished off. There is 90 Degree alongside of Hitman, but 90 Degree, first of all, getting taken down. Hitman, the final hope. The DBS is making connections. He gets a knockdown. Couldn't make an elimination on the player, but 10 bullets on the DBS. Ooh. It's not going to help them as the player gets eliminated, and Hitman out of the match. With this, we have 12 elimination, ladies and gentlemen, for the team Nepal. This time around, it's 12 elimination, and they're just gonna soar even higher and higher and higher from this point onward, as they're ready, they're in the confidence, they're making sure that anybody that's coming in into their front side is absolutely getting decimated. This is a 2 versus 4. They know it's only just 2 players, and they can easily go into that direction, take that fight against them. But Hong Kong, China, 9 elimination to these teams, to these players named. The grenade is going to go. It's finally going to hit one. The second one, on the other hand, he will try desperately to survive, but I don't think there is any chance of survival. And there we go. The player gets eliminated, and it's over. Nepal securing that winner chicken dinner of the match number 5, ladies and gentlemen. That is our first Miramar, and they're going to start this aggression with almost 15 eliminations.
And they know this was the right time for them to actually take their aggression up a notch here. Was able to secure a lot of elimination points plus the chicken dinner. So this is like a major victory from Nepal. And judging by the way things ended, you know, from that last zone between them and Hong Kong, China, they have the numbers, they have the advantage, they got the high ground, and it was easy for them to actually bag that winner chicken dinner for match number 5 here. And again, this is already the second to the last match here for day number 1 of Asia B, and it's even going to be more interesting as we step onto the final Miramar to cap things off for day 1.
Yep, that is the day number 1, match 5, the first Miramar, ladies and gentlemen. These were the final moments where Nepal got that winner chicken dinner. 14 elimination. 14 is the lucky number for these guys. This time around, the number of elimination that they're gonna have, and now it's It definitely is going to help them a lot with 24 points secured. But going on to the Precious, he has 690, the most damage dealer. Claw with the most assist, 5. Claw is also the guy with the most elimination. That is also 5. So Precious, after that, is going to be the guy that has survived the longest with 29 minutes and 8 seconds on the clock. Going on to the stats, every single player stats, in fact, it is Claw, 5 elimination, 520 damage. We have Precious, 690 damage with 2 eliminations. Someone get my man some eliminations, man. I don't know where his 4 eliminations went.
Yeah. Well, at least, there are a lot of teams really stepping up into when it comes to their gameplay, at least for this group. I mean, yesterday there were a couple of or like maybe several events that really happened, that really made our blood boil, or like maybe made us sit at the edge of our gaming chairs. But this, I mean, this lobby is I guess for me super stacked, considering the caliber that we have, from like the teams. Throwable CS in the game, it's a total of 163. That is way higher compared to the 114 just in the previous round. So again, since we still have one more game to go, just maybe we could still see this number go up.
Oh yes, that is absolutely true. We do have to see what's going to be the situation. But going on to the head-to-head, it is Nepal versus Myanmar. 14 elimination to 10 elimination. 1989 damage to 1362. Then we have the double assist, 15 assist to the ratio of 7 assists for Myanmar. 12 knockouts on both sides. So that's one thing. That's what we're doing. So with this, it is the head-to-head done and dusted for the match number 5. Now, ranking. Ranking is where the real diversity is going to begin, and overall ranking is where the real chaos is going to be ensued upon the teams, because it's the final match now from this point onward, and it's definitely going to be really difficult for them to like hold down that candle to the top 3. 24 points in this match for Nepal, Hong Kong, China with 15, and Myanmar with 12. Number of elimination wise, Hong Kong, China did amazing, Myanmar did amazing. We still have Thailand doing some decent work with 6 elimination. Bangladesh having those 5 elimination is also a decent number, but Malaysia, Indonesia, Chinese Taipei, Japan, all these names with less than 5 elimination numbers, 2, 1, 1, 2. This is not good. Yes, you are surviving and you are getting those placement points, but placement points is not everything. Yes, it's a part of things, but not everything. You can't stay consistent with just the placement points.
Oh, definitely. I mean, it's not going to help you really be at the podium stage here, so to speak, in any tournament, not just this one. And again, what makes a great team that could probably take on a lot of fights and get the victory is that if you carry your own weight, if you can be flexible, if you gotta be versatile in terms of how you handle each situations in each of the maps here. I think that's the way to go. And so far, Nepal has been great, from this particular round. But of course, we're going to be focusing on the data or the numbers that we can see from the overall rankings. And I believe with this performance, even if Myanmar wasn't able to score the chicken dinner this time, they are still at the top here, and Malaysia still at the second place. But hey, this is just day number 1 for Asia B here, and we just know that perhaps Malaysia is going to do something about this one and take the throne or reclaim the throne for this tournament, or at least for these qualifiers. But again, I'm very happy with the fact that Bangladesh is quite consistent right from the get-go with a total 55 points and still currently at 3rd place here. But with this massive performance coming from Nepal, they were able to skyrocket themselves onto this 4th place with a total of 50.
I mean, that's true. They did like skyrocket it somewhere at the very least, but they need to do more work. More and more work is really needed. Just look at the point difference. We have like 58, 55, 50. Top 3 is very concise at this point in time. There's not a lot of points difference. But as we move to the number 4, number 5, we have 6 points of a difference. Then from that 6 point, it goes up to 14 points of a difference. That's where the real diversity is going to begin. That's where the real work is needed. And if you can't like secure those 14 points in those short of a matches, you're not going to be able to like secure a decent placement into the top 3, and you might not be able to qualify for the next phase of the games. But yes, this is the second page, ladies and gentlemen. This is the second page that we're seeing Bhutan on the number 12. Slowly, steadily, we are seeing these players that go up. And at the same time, Laos, Timor-leste. These two players. Laos, on the other hand, okay, they didn't even play a single match, but Timor-leste, they're kind of giving me the vibe of UAE at this point in time. It's 5 matches done. UAE had 3 points yesterday, right, for the Group A. Timor-leste now, today, they have 2 points after the 5 matches.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. But then, well, there's still day number 2 here, so perhaps they could just go through the broadcast that we'll be having today, or will be having today. Then I guess they could maybe talk about what they can do better, in the next matches to come. But you know what? We're gonna find out just who will win the final round as soon as we come back here, ladies and gentlemen. So don't go away. We'll be back after a short break.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here after the short break with you guys. Asia and Oceania qualifies. The group number B, Asia B, is today, and they're about to play their one and final match, the last match of the day. That is going to be the match number 6 in Miramar once again. But with you guys on the caster desk, it is me, Torix, and with me once again it is the Red Queen, Andy. We have said our goodbyes for today to the Sir Cloud, and Andy's here with us for the rest of the matches, at the very least. But Andy, you have seen some of the matches, right? You saw some of the matches, and tell me about it. Tell me about it compared to yesterday's matches, the Group A. What do you feel about the Group B teams and their aggressions?
Well, Nepal is definitely catching up with Myanmar, Malaysia, and Bangladesh, at the podium stage. And with this final round, I do wonder if they can keep up the same pace and consistency. I mean, they can probably pull it off, but of course, that is if the other teams would let them do just that. The firepower was amazing, no doubt. They were able to clear the way up to the final zone in the previous round. So I guess, we are expecting an ultimate showdown to happen for the final round. It's also the final chance for Malaysia today, at least for today, to reclaim their top spot. But the question is, will Myanmar let them?
I mean, that is the question. Will Myanmar let them take that top placement or not? Because at this point in time, the amount of fights that we are seeing, the amount of aggressions that is happening, those point structure from the top 3 all the way, like number 1, number 2, number 3, it's kind of looking not too good, but at the same time, not too bad as well. So there is a slight possibility that, okay, the good things can definitely happen. The good things can definitely occur by all of these teams at this point in time. You just have to make sure that you pray and you're like, okay, we need to get as many points as soon as possible that we can possibly get. But yes, aside from all of this factor, the final match, it is going to be the Miramar once again. And just like the last Miramar, it started with a little bit of stalemate, but then suddenly the whole gear shifted, the whole pace shifted. We saw a very aggressive map at the end of the day.
Yep, I mean, judging by how things went in the previous round, nobody is safe just yet. In the overall rankings, the gap isn't really that wide. It just yet, anybody could take the top spot, to be honest. But I guess since we only have 12 matches, for the qualifiers, and only top 3 will then proceed to the grand finals, there's a need for those teams, or all the teams, to be honest, to be really aggressive in getting those elimination points. And again, I don't know what kind of a plan they need to be able to execute, but I think at the end of the day, it all boils down on how great your team's consistency is when it comes to picking up points.
True.
And just like what you mentioned a while ago, I don't think getting chicken dinners is like a super top a priority again for me. Just like what we've mentioned a while ago with Sir Cloud, the important thing is for a team to be consistent when it comes to the elimination points. I think that's the important thing that they need to do.
I mean, securing the winner chicken dinner is one thing, but not everything at this point, right? So it is one thing, but not everything at this point in time. You have to make sure that somewhere in between, you're also covering up your points with those aggressions, with those elimination numbers, because it's the consistency that you want to have. It's the consistency that you really need at this point in time, and you can't have that consistency without securing those elimination points and the elimination points at the same time. You have to keep everything balanced. Everything should be balanced for the things to really work perfectly into your favor. The final match is going to bring so much chaos. I do expect that majority of the teams they might go for the aggressive stance, but not all of them is going to go. Bottom line teams, there is a must. They are a must to go for the aggression if they want to have any good chances of surviving from this point onward into the next phase, into the next day. This is their time right now from this point onward. One wrong move and everything is going to be over. But ladies and gentlemen, we're here with our final match of the day. On your screen, you can see the plane, and it's going to go kind of shifted towards the one eastern corner to the other eastern corner, top to bottom.
They can they can actually be aggressive, but they cannot really be reckless. You know, they have to always really consider everything that they're going to do in every situation. You have to make a series of good decisions to be able to get to the latter stages and, also get that winner chicken dinner. And I guess, for this tournament, we don't really have that much option but to really play this one with like a champion material like kind of gameplay for this team, just to make sure that they will get through all of the obstacles from inside this tournament. And that could be hard to pull off. It really is not that easy. I mean, considering the names that we have here in this competition, the teams that we have, it's absolutely nuts. If you're not too careful and if you are going for that rush decision gameplay, it's going to be hard for your team to actually survive any battles from inside Miramar. But anyway, I think we do have a clearer picture of what is happening over to the map feed over here. So the circle just favored the northern side, but we do have a number of teams already inside, like Indonesia, Nepal, Bhutan. We also got Timor-leste into the mix over there, but I don't think a fight is going to happen just yet. Even in Los Leones, we have 2 squads in there, but since they're so far away, from each other, I don't think a fight is going to happen in there. But it could be a different story for Bangladesh since they are so close with Sri Lanka.
I mean, yeah, they are close to Sri Lanka, so be very careful. These teams have to be careful at this point in time on what they have in store for us. But once again, Picado is once again contested, ladies and gentlemen. We are seeing 2 teams this time, Hong Kong, China, and the team Pakistan, right close to each other's proximity. They're just chilling. They're just waiting for the other team to make a move. But I'm really glad that there is not a third party in the proximity that can potentially harm or weaken the fight capacity of all of these teams, both of these teams, as a third party into the scenario. So a good opportunity for both of these teams to actually finally take the fight head on against each other and determine, okay, what they need to do, what they want to do from this point onward. At this point in time, I'm really seeing some of the aggressions from both of the parties. It's not just one team that's actually going on for the aggressive stance. It's both of them together. They are going for the aggression. They're approaching this fight, and we do have to see if they're going to be able to secure any kind of eliminations for themselves. IQ is over here. You can see him behind this area, behind this broken wall, just chilling. On the other side, you can see the Hong Kong, China just leaving the premises of the compounds, getting out of there. And I don't know why. This might be a wrong move for them. This might be a bad move from the Hong Kong, China. By disengaging this fight, you're giving more of a play space to Pakistan instead of you taking that opportunity to secure the a playable zone.
Well, the only difference that I can see from Picado over here is that Timor-leste is not actually part of the mix here. I mean, if you guys can remember from the previous Miramar, it was a 3-way battle that happened between Team Pakistan, Hong Kong, China, and of course Timor-leste. And now we're looking at Team Pakistan having an engagement up against Hong Kong, China, and that was a straight nade to the face there by from IQQ, or was it IQQ who took that nade? And so he's currently knocked down on the ground here. Falak is doing his best, of course, to pick up the pace here, try to save his teammates. And that was such a great move, coming from Falak with a micro Uzi. But T24 has a chance to pick up his teammate over here. But hey, Hong Kong, China is not letting that happen just yet. It's going to be a 2v1. This is going to be a standoff. Who's going to be served? Is it going to be Team Pakistan or is it going to be Hong Kong, China? But 2 already knocked down for the side of Team Pakistan. Make that 3. So it's not looking too good.
It's not looking too good at this point in time. Come on. We do have to see what's going to happen. At this point, both of the parties are receiving a lot of considerable damage. The chances of survival is really low at this point in time. But we do have to see what's going to be the next situation, what's going to be the next scenario for both of these parties, both of these teams. At this point in time, we're seeing the team in fact, Pakistan leaving this area, leaving this premises. Let's see what they are going to do, how they're going to approach this, because right now There's only one player alive, one player remaining into the match from the Pakistan side that I can see. And Naki, he is just leaving this area. He's like, yep, I'm out of here. He's getting shots from the backside, but fortunately for this guy, I don't think he's going to be able to get shot at any moment whatsoever. He's that far away that he's out of the render, finally getting out, finally being safe. But for how long? How long can this go on? Naki, you're just a solo player now, and there is always no hope for a solo player to like actually engage in any kind of fight, any kind of engagement that you're gonna see from this point onward. You are forced to retreat away from it.
Yep, I mean, we do understand why Team Pakistan actually decided, okay, this is going to be not going to be worth it for us. Maybe we should just focus on getting those placement points. I mean, they don't really have that much of a choice since they're down to their last player. But if you guys remember, Team Pakistan actually did not do very well in the previous round. They had an early elimination because of Hong Kong, China. And again, you know, for Hong Kong, China, they absolutely nailed that fight up against Team Pakistan, hence getting the advantage. And now Noki is in a world of trouble here in Miramar, so he needs to make sure that he gets to the latter stages of the game here to collect some placement points for the team. I mean, just to make sure that they don't go out empty-handed. But here comes Bangladesh right now. Hitman with a massive charge here, using a UMP, was able to inflict a lot of damage, though not enough to put that player just yet. But of course, Hitman will not be letting go of this situation. He is about to drop from the top right here, and with a kill for Hitman.
That is the elimination right there. Bangladesh is going to have it for themselves, ladies and gentlemen. A good, wise choice from Bangladesh side. But now, with this fight initiated against Sri Lanka is going to retaliate, and Thabs is actually going to get a 90-degree down. It's a knockdown back and forth. Both parties are finally going to receive some damage, finally going to receive one casualty at the very least. The grenade is going. Omega receiving that grenade, but only getting a scratch out of it. Not too much, only just a scratch. So with this, another grenade ensues. This time around, once again, what is this guy made of that he is making sure that he tanks every single grenade that is being bounced on him?
Ooh, okay, here we go. Sri Lanka still trying to counter Bangladesh in this situation. We got two of them inside this building, so that is why Bangladesh has been throwing a lot of nades to flush them out of this compound. But there is someone doing the off-angle attack here up against Bangladesh. That is why we can understand, you know, the hesitation coming from Bangladesh to enter this building and to just, you know, eliminate this player. Thabs is doing his absolute best here, of course, to rattle up the boys of Bangladesh, but it's not working out too well. And there you go, Bangladesh crashing this compound, taking their win, taking their points. And Thabs, I'm not sure what exactly you're gonna do in this situation. It's probably already too late.
It may be too late for you, but you never know. But Thabs, finally, it's over. The player is done. The player is dusted. No more aggression, no more anything for this guy from this point onward. And now you have to think of something different. You have to think of something new and choose a different strategy for the next day at the very least, because this day it's over for you. It's over for you. We're here with 14 more teams. Pakistan down to the last guy. We have 3 players down to Indonesia. We have Taipei down to the last guy as well. Bangladesh is also 3-man standing, so there is a slight possibility that, okay, we might see some more casualties around the areas around in this circle, maybe 9, 10 to 12 minutes marker. We might see another team getting eliminated, but it's not sure. Stage number 2 has just begun. Stage number 2 has just been made, and it's already beginning to drop down even into the stage number 3. 10 more seconds and the zone starts to close up. That moment with the team, when they realize that the circle this time around is going to be deadlier than the previous one, they might make some mistakes, but it's not necessarily enough to just take the circle for them to make a mistake. But on the other side, talking about the teams that has cemented themselves in a very, very decent position, it is almost 80% of the teams in all of the scenario.
Well, it's a good call, I guess, you know, from Hong Kong, China, since they already left Picado. You know, it's not going to be worth their time if they're going to hunt down Noki in this situation. But hopefully Noki finds a vehicle, you know, to get to the safe zone and probably find a safe spot for him to stay quietly collecting those placement points for Team Pakistan. But as for Hong Kong, China, they're now already on the move here from the blue zone to this circle that we have here so far on the screen. San Martin is currently still occupied here, and maybe a little something going on inside Hacienda del Patron, but so far for stage 2, considering again just how far this team's away from each other, maybe we will not be seeing a clash happen, except for Timor-leste right now. They just collided with Japan, if I'm not mistaken.
That's true. That is true. They are colliding right now. But one thing that we do have to see is how the fight is going to affect their momentum and the other team's momentum. How the other team is going to actually approach the situation for themselves. The fires are going on, the sprays are coming around, but nobody's getting that connection. Nobody's receiving that connection to get eliminated or whatsoever. So the chances what we're seeing of all of these fights happening, it's really slim. But finally, as one of the players of Japan gets taken down, the situation is definitely going to ramp up a little bit. The players are finally going to be able to rush in and close in into the proximity to take the fight more into the close range quarters. Myanmar is on our screen as well, alongside of the fact that they are shooting at the team that is above them, that is right now onto the upper side of them, on the ridge, upper ridge of them. So the chances of survival goes really, really thin on this. Be very careful on what you're gonna do and what you're trying to do at this point in time. One wrong move, it's gonna take you, it's gonna cost you to get eliminated, completely annihilated from this match. That's the thing. One wrong move, it's gonna be enough for the players to take you down. But the circle's gonna take another shift. Once again, it is the water treatment, Cruz del Valley, close to that proximity. We are seeing the teams into the close proximity, whereas you can see the southern side, it's kind of heavily contested. 3 angles, 3 different regions, where the shots, where the fires, where the engagements can definitely occur.
It's still a hot mess down south, but we will definitely see a lot of cleanup happen right at the edge of the circle over there, just considering the amount of teams that will be headed towards that direction. But as for Myanmar here, they are defending this very spot where they're currently staying at the moment. They could potentially go up against Bhutan and even Indonesia and even Vietnam, in this situation. I mean, Vietnam has been bidding their time, they're not joining into the mix. They're observing what is happening. They're monitoring the situation and probably cooking up something big, towards the latter stages of the match. So we'll just have to, of course, wait for that one to happen. Right now, we are still at stage 3 here with 1 minute and 30 seconds on the clock before we move on to stage 4. We're looking at Malaysia, and in the previous round, Malaysia also did not do exactly great, so this perhaps be a game that will be a comeback for them.
This may be a comeback, this may not be a comeback. It can go either way. It can go both ways at this point in time. It all depends on how you're going to approach the situation, and that will determine whether you're going to have a decent opportunity of surviving, or you're not going to have a decent opportunity of surviving. But aside from all of this, Myanmar still is on our screen. We're still waiting for this team to actually go for the fight. So far, they're looking from the mountaintop all the way down to everybody. So whatever this thing is happening, whatever how this fight is going on, it's going good, it's going chill. Not a lot of casualties that can actually happen. But Pakistan, the moment I talk about casualty, and Pakistan is yeah, we're gonna have the casualty on ourselves, they're the one that get absolutely eliminated from this match as well. Kind of early on, not a lot of points, just 1 elimination, which is absolutely not going to help them stay into the top 3 at the end of the day. They're going to be either the top 8 or they will be taken down, depending on the situation. The Thailand team VIE is going to do something or not. The moment they do anything good, they secure any decent number of points, the team Pakistan is going to either go 9 or 10.
Ooh, hardship right there. But this time, the zone actually favored Myanmar, Indonesia, Bhutan, and even Vietnam over here. So again, Bangladesh needs to step up their gameplay, since they will have to deal with potentially Nepal if, of course, they decide that this is going to be the right time for them to get into the play zone. But as for Team Malaysia, also a great opportunity over here. They could go up against, the likes of Hong Kong, China, even Thailand. We got another team over here that might be able to challenge them as well. That would be Starboy and the rest of the gang over here down south. They're about to pass through water treatment, but I think they're going to avoid a conflict, as much as they can, and probably engage in a battle right towards the final stages of this match. So far, we're looking at 13 teams remaining over here for stage number 4. Indonesia still pretty quiet at this point. They're not getting into any altercations just yet. Same thing goes for Hong Kong, China over here. But I do know for a fact that, most of the teams here are still getting that information gameplay. So let's see what's going to happen as we play on through stage 5 of Miramar.
Oh yeah, we're in the stage 5 of the Miramar almost after 2 minutes. It's going to be that, but Taipei, first of all, they're going to be another team that will be annihilated from this match. They're out, they're done, they're gone. The top 4, the top 5, they're still alive. The other side, we can see the top 7 to all the way 12. They're also into the proximity of the match, so the chances are still there for them to make a decent move, take down one another, get into the top spot. But Thailand doing some decent shots, decent jobs, but also losing 2 of their players. That's not a good thing whatsoever. There is also Malaysia into the vicinity, into the engagement, as one player is giving that revive to every single one of the players at this point in time. We can see one player, that is Yami, into the back line. Malaysia finally giving that revive to their players. The clock is back on his feet. He is alive. He is 75 HP in a short while. We will definitely see that, but in the meanwhile, Timor-leste, they're the first one, another team in this top 11 to get eliminated.
All right, here we go. Yami. Okay, he tried to go for the nade there, but switched to a UMP instead. But we can see Hong Kong, China, man. That was a brutal one coming from them with that nade. They were able to shut down a player. The fight is not over just yet. Definitely the teammates will be looking for Yami over here, and will be serving up their revenge as well. But let's see what kind of maneuver they're prepared to show us up against Hong Kong, China over here. I mean, they do have that great vantage point that could potentially shut down a couple of players from the other team, but we'll just have to wait and see if they can be accurate with the execution. But so far, it's a lot of pressure out to the side of Hong Kong, China, just because they're the ones down below. From the kill feed, it's Bangladesh versus Japan at the moment, having the trade-off, having that exchange, and we already got a couple of players from Japan that got already knocked out of the game. But just like that, it was Team Bangladesh that got eliminated from that fight.
They definitely did. They definitely did. But now, with this top 10, 32 players remaining into the game, things are going good. Things are going decent. From this point onwards, somebody's finally going to go for the aggressive approaches. Some of the teams will finally go for aggressions. Hong Kong, China close into the proximity. There is a close team into the region. The fight can definitely ensue, but we'll do have to see what's the first move that this team is going to do against them, and how they're going to start the engagement in all of that fight. Japan in the front line. Indonesia is trying their level best with the sprays, with the tap fires to actually find out the player. But the only thing that they're shooting right now are the cars, are the vehicles at this point in time. Indonesia, finally, after they realize that, okay, staying here is also not a good thing, why don't we just go out of here? And that's exactly what they're doing. They're getting out of here. They're making sure that they do not stay here for too long. But staying here for too long can also not only be detrimental for them, but also the other team that has heard their shots, that has heard their gunfires, they can take them down. But Japan slowly approaching the situation now, finally, without a car. The thing is, the Japan is without a car, no vehicle whatsoever. So the moment anybody from Japan, the single guy that is over there, is going to be spotted, it's going to be over. But Malaysia finally able to take down one player, instantly get traded off. That's a back-to-back on both sides. A knockdown comes into the play. The top 10 teams, they're going so good at this point in time. Nobody's giving anybody any kind of opening, and there we have it. Malaysia taking another elimination, now shooting at the smoke, trying to get some more casualties for their names. So far, 5 elimination. They want to make it 6, they want to make it 7, but the question is if they're going to be able to do that, because not only right now they're shooting at the team that is in the circle, they also have to move in the circle.
Well, Malaysia definitely being aggressive at this point. Myanmar, however, it's a different story, man. They are on the passive side of things. Same thing goes for Bhutan. And this is a different kind of pace, in terms of their strategy, at least for Bhutan. Usually we see them get into an early engagement, but this time they're taking their time here. They're close to Myanmar over to the northern side of the zone. Same thing goes for Indonesia. They're really not joining any battles just yet. They're letting everyone have the exchange first. I mean, Malaysia, obviously, they do want to reclaim the throne here. That's why we understand the aggression we're seeing coming from this team here. They've already bagged 5 points, 6 points, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, 5 points. Okay. And but the thing is, Malaysia already lost one player. So, I mean, if they do want to take the throne here, it could be hard to go up against Myanmar, since Myanmar is also quite determined, to finish at the top of this tournament, or at least this qualifiers.
I mean, it all comes down to the fact that how long can you hold down one fort, one position before actually the other team can actually engage on you. The circle is about to take another shift. And this stage that is about to occur, that's going to play a very, very major role in all of this engagement. So far on the mini screen, you can see the Malaysia taking the fight. Head-on fight is happening. The revive is nowhere to be seen. Malaysia is being pushed back by the team. Oh my god, Nepal is finally coming in hot with those casualties to their name. The throwables are coming hot. Kasim, look at that HP. He is very low right now. The situation may not occur. The situation may not be in your favor, so be very careful on what you're doing at this point in time. The shots will definitely come. We are seeing the drone view on where the players are situated at. The Molotov did not made any connection. Kasim is finally back on his feet. He's using the grenades to click on the claw, but Rex is the one that's going to receive that damage from the grenade. Oh my god, that's a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage that occurred onto the player, but not enough. Still not enough to get that casualty done. We need that casualty. They need that casualty at this point in time, and not a single grenade is making those casualty on either side.
Just damage. Still not enough to take anyone down at the moment, but Nepal currently backing away for the situation. Of course, just to recuperate. I mean, a lot of them a little low on the HP here. But for Malaysia, I think they're going to keep their aggression on for them. Again, we already have one casualty for this team, so it could be a little difficult for them to push through, but they are managing it just fine. And as for Myanmar, okay, we've seen them actually abstain from all of the fights that's been happening so far, but getting knocked down, Murnat getting picked up by his teammate over here. They've already suffered one loss, so don't exactly know what happened, but it's a snooze you lose kind of thing, at this point of the competition. But 8 teams remaining for stage 6. Malaysia needs to do something here. The pressure already creeping in. They need to put down Nepal, but how can they do that if they don't really have any advantages going for their team?
That's the bigger question. That is definitely the bigger question on how they're going to be able to do that if they're not having any kind of elimination numbers or some decent aggressions upon the other teams. Indonesia receiving that grenade straight up on the face. The one player is down. He is in desperate need of that rescue. He is in desperate need of that revival. But look at that. The teams are pushing on, and I love this. I love this drone view. Just look at how far we can see, how much more teams that we can actually see in all of this situation. The players are pushing finally into the area. One donkeys, Indonesia side. Let's see. They're right on the face of the players, but no casualties so far. You can see Zakaria. He got that revive. He got that 75 HP, but that Molotov is going to do a lot of damage. There is an airdrop being looted, but still, the situation of that complete annihilation of the team has yet to occur, has yet to come pass onto the team. And finally, Yazax came in with that grenade, made a connection. It's a knockdown coming around. Consulate, let's see if he's going to also be able to get any kind of casualties done. The answer is yes, he does do that. He does get that casualty done, and it's all over for the players. Beautifully done, beautifully engaged, and everything came in perfect for these guys. Some decent, amazing shots, and those aggressions that they did has came finally into the play.
Yep. It was very hard for Indonesia to actually keep up their defense, considering the fact that, this is a prime location, so we do know why these teams actually want a piece of that compound. But, with Indonesia's power, of course, to get through any obstacle so far, they were able to defend their fortress, and now they get to keep it. They get to have that prime location over here for stage number 7. But looking at Malaysia at the moment, Kasim already took a huge damage that instantly put him down on the floor. Vietnam also making a move up against the opposition and was able to collect some points, out of that exchange. And so far they're doing good, but it's a different story for Malaysia. Although even if they don't win this fight, even if they don't bag the chicken, 7 points for Vietnam, I think, it's still pretty amazing if you ask me. And even like with Indonesia, they also have 6 points now in their pockets. Malaysia with 7. So I guess everyone is doing great.
That is true. That is true. Everybody is doing great right now for this point in time. But we do have to still see what the next move is going to be as Malaysia gets taken down, ladies and gentlemen. That's a elimination. That's a full completion on the team. And right with this, we are still down to the top 5. Still top 5 teams are remaining. We have Nepal. We have Vietnam. We have Indonesia. We have BRU. We have Bhutan as well. Every single one of these players, they're a hope to their own country. They're a hope to their own team members that yes, they will get that chicken dinner, but the situation is a 1 versus 2 versus 3 versus 3 versus 4.
Oh, Milo got a nade to the face by Vietnam. Okay, the last surviving member. So a job well done, for the side of Vietnam. And then we're looking at final 4 teams here for stage 7, ladies and gents. And Nepix with a total of 17% of bagging that chicken dinner. And the highest among the 4, of course, will be okay. So it's Bhutan. Okay, they haven't scored any points just yet. So maybe if they can get the chicken dinner, that's an automatic 10 points. But they will have to defeat, of course, Nepal, Vietnam, and Indonesia for that one, who is currently pretty hot. At the moment, stage 8, we only have 1 more stage before we close this thing down. Indonesia doing great, with all of the knockouts that they're doing so far here. But one of them is already on bended knees, which is absolutely not going to do them good.
That's true. That is true. It is the top 4, ladies and gentlemen, from this point onward. Any wrong move will instantly mean your disqualification from this match at the very least. You will not be playing anymore. You will not be securing any more points from this match if you make even a single slight mistake at this point in time. But Bhutan shooting at the players, finally giving out their location. They're also going to have that airdrop to their name that will help them a little bit with the level 3 arsenals, level 3 vest, helmet, and the backpack. But backpack, I don't think you need that anymore. You're done with your loot, and right now you're utilizing your loot. Indonesia has also 1 player down, so Zeta needs to get that revive ASAP. The circle is also closing in. The state number 8 is closing in, ladies and gentlemen. This is not looking good. This is not looking good for so many of the teams at this point in time. We can see that engagement. We can see this whole match ended within this 1 minute. At this point, players are closing in. The grenades are going, but not making any connections. No connections are happening. The players are still alive. You can see Indonesia over here, but Consulate, he got his player eliminated right on his face, and that potentially has provided his location to the other enemies as well, to the other players as well. Yes, he is still alive because of the fact that he is prone down. He is behind that small ridge of a cover. The moment he's going to get up, the moment he's going to, even on the crouch section, on the crouch position, he's absolutely going to be decimated from all the different directions.
Oh, this is a great thing from Bhutan. They managed 2 teams here while they're actually gunning for them. And Nepal right now, it's just really paying for that mistake that they did. It wasn't a very good position at all. It was a vulnerable spot in Vietnam with the late gameplay. Oh, man, beautifully done by Vietnam. The way that they eliminated Bhutan, they definitely took the time there. Really gave their patience and just really waited for everyone to give damage up against each other. And just the right timing, for Vietnam, just stepped in and get that chicken dinner. So it's a convincing win for Vietnam.
That is a convincing win for the Vietnam, but my question still remains over here. There is one question that still lingers in my mind, that how many eliminations that the other teams has managed to secure. How much of a points difference are we seeing in this final match? At the very least, the match ranking. What kind of a point structure we are going to see at this point, because this is going to be huge. Either this is gonna bring down so many teams on those bigger point structure down to 3-4 points of a difference, or it's gonna increase it even more to maybe 8, maybe 10, even 12 points. But this was the final moment, ladies and gentlemen. We have 12 eliminations for the side of Vietnam, 22 points that they are going to have in this match at the very least. Going on to the individual stats, where everyone's gonna have their chance of securing that top elimination or the assist number. It is Max LV, AGRXN. We have Max LV once again with the most elimination and the most damage, and RXN, he has the most assist with the most survival time.
Absolutely right. But anyway, okay, so next up we are looking at the winner stats here coming from Vietnam. And again, 3 elimination points coming from aggression. Okay, I'm just going to read it like that. Or is it RXN? Okay, whatever. Okay, Max with 4. We've got Tuan here with 4. And Boy T with 1. And again, the timing here is impeccable coming from Vietnam. They let the 3 teams battle it out first before they actually got into the mix, which is a great thing to see, from Vietnam. They picked their moment, and now they were able to get that reward, which is, of course, the final chicken dinner of the night.
I mean, I love this. I love the fact that how every single one of these teams actually played it out so beautifully. But now, going on to the match summary, we're seeing 52 total eliminations with 57 knockouts, 17 rescues in this match with 183 throwables used, ladies and gentlemen. This is what I wanted to see. 14 headshots. This is what I wanted to know. And the longest elimination distance is going to be 387 meters this time around. Really lives up to the name of the Miramar. But the total heals, that's the most insane amount. That's the most insane amount that we're seeing. 10,136. Highest in any of the matches, any of that group whatsoever in the past 12 matches. Whether it's the Group A or the Group B that we have seen, this is the highest number of healing that we have witnessed.
Oh, well, look at this. Okay, 12 elimination points for Vietnam with 1,761 damage output. And Malaysia only has 7 elimination points in the bag here, but almost the same damage outputs. It only goes to show that, Malaysia was able to knock down maybe a lot of players from inside the game, but they weren't able to actually translate that one into full-blown elimination points. So I guess when it comes to accuracy, I can give it to Vietnam, with the kind of stats that we just saw moments ago. Now, if you missed the whole thing, well, don't you worry, we got you. We got the match rankings on screen at the moment. Vietnam with a total of 22 points, followed by Indonesia with 12. So 2 teams that ended the game with a double-digit finish. And on the 3rd spot, we got Nepal, of course, with 9, Malaysia with 9, and Bangladesh with 6. And again, this top 5 teams right here shining through for the final round here. And pretty much I can say the same thing. I mean, Bangladesh with their impeccable consistency as well. I can say even with the last round, bagging 6 elimination points will definitely help them maintain their pace in this competition.
That is absolutely true. That is absolutely correct. But it's the 6th match. We're done with our day number 1 of the Group number B as well, ladies and gentlemen. Thailand on the hashtag number 10. From this point onward, Thailand, Myanmar, Timor-leste. We have Pakistan, we have Sri Lanka, Laos, and Chinese Taipei. As on the match ranking, only 2 teams. Laos didn't even join. Chinese Taipei was the one that got eliminated without even a single point whatsoever. But what has happened to Pakistan? This is what I want to know. They couldn't play good into the Sanhok. They didn't play too decent in the Erangel, and once again into the Miramar. Yeah, Miramar is their strong, weakest link whatsoever. They don't do too good into the Miramar matches, but getting eliminated this early on, it's highly unlikely for them, man.
Yeah. And just look at that. After 6 matches, ladies and gents, Myanmar get to keep the top spot here in the leaderboard, dethroning Malaysia with a total of 72 points. But we cannot really just disregard the amount of effort that was exerted by Malaysia, getting the throne back, from Miramar. And, 72 to 67, again, it's not far behind. The gap is not really that wide, and a lot of things can still happen since we still got 6 more matches to end things in the qualifiers. And as for those teams, a little bit on the bottom half here, we got maybe Pakistan, Thailand, Japan, Brunei, and the rest of the team down below here. Maybe, just maybe, they need to tweak their strategy up a bit. Pakistan started really strong at the beginning of the matches here and kind of slowed down. They kind of lost their consistency. But then again, we don't exactly know what's happening inside the war room, but perhaps they could talk about it, the moment that we end things here for day number 1, Asia B, and just come back stronger, in day number 2 of this competition.
I mean, that's true. They have to go back to the drawing board to figure some things out at the very least, because right now, from this point onward, you don't have enough matches. You don't have like all those matches for yourself. You're done with your 6 matches, only 6 more remaining to go. But ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow we're gonna see the Group A once again. Group A is coming back. We will have to see what the Group A has in store for us after that first day of regression that they showed us some mistakes from some of the teams, some good gameplays from a majority of them. Top 5 is really close to each other's proximity. So whatever those guys are gonna do, whatever those guys are gonna think of doing at this point in time, that may be the case. That may be the strategy that we can think of, maybe even for the group number B. So from that point onward, we will deduce, okay, this thing did work out for this team, this thing did not work out for this team. Some of the teams, they were doing great, but A group, I really want to see tomorrow UAE, what they have done, what they have finally fixed, or maybe have even more broken.
I'm also thinking about maybe a team could bag 2 chicken dinners again for the night. If I'm not mistaken, it was KGZ, right? I mean, for Asia A. For Asia B, it's Myanmar, and just really flexing their muscle over here. And again, just like what I said moments ago, for Myanmar, I feel like they are still feeling the championship high. They were able to translate that back here into the competition, which everyone is kind of loving, and I guess excited for. I mean, Myanmar definitely showing up, and stepping up their gameplay, which is making everyone super excited for the days to come. And again, don't forget to follow the official pages for the IESF to stay updated with everything that is happening within the community and also within the tournament itself. And also, guys, don't forget to show us some love as well. IGNs down below. You can always just type our names inside the search box and also give us a follow, like, and a share as well.
That's absolutely true. But ladies and gentlemen, with this, so we're done with our day number 2 as well. The Group B has done their first day. We will see you tomorrow once again with the Group A, day number 2, the final day of theirs. But until then, have a very amazing night. Have a very amazing life, ladies and gentlemen. This was Torix. Alongside with me was Sir Cloud. It was Red Queen Andy. We will see you tomorrow. Until then, have a good night.